Hey, hi, hello, good evening. Uh, Welcome to the middle of the week. Congrats on making that far. Uh, Hope you are feeling good about yourself. Uh, yeah, apologies for the lateness, but, things come up and I have to take care of them. Took a little longer than I thought, and it was... not quite sure how to explain it. It was, like, a lot easier than I thought it would be, and yet it was, like, I thought it would be a lot harder, but you know what? I got it through. Done. I got through with it. So we're here now. Good evening. Good evening to you, Molecular Shadow Fox. It's good to see ya. So, anyways, we are back here, back in Grid 2019. We're about to wrap up. We were halfway through the stock series of events, and now, it's time to get through the rest of them. So we're gonna continue with pro trucks, and as usual, we only have like one truck. Man, even in the base game, this event was like pretty straightforward. How's everyone doing tonight? I don't know what it is, but it's been like another week where I find myself a lot more tired than usual. I can't really say for sure, but
and here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex. The opening race is something in character as much as anything. Who is going in and maybe holding back for the later stages, and who...
not too bad overall. Thanks, pretty much slept all evening. Oh man. Guess it's like one of those nights too, huh? Where you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna super duper take it easy. Whew. Sleep. It's like one of those things that's like really nice, but it's also one of those things where you wish you could like go by with less of it. It's, man, having to spend about like a fourth to a third of your day just lying down and recharging in general. That being said, everything around the conscious part of sleep tends to be nice, right? It's like when you wake up, you kind of have a good feeling, and when you're falling in bed, that tends to be comfy too, except when it's not, I guess. There's moments when you have like the restless nights, those suck. Surprised I'm not rattling with all the pills. Ooh, yeah. Hope your recovery is still doing well. Sometimes you can wake up feeling a hell of a lot worse than when you went to sleep. Yeah, that's true. It certainly depends on what you were doing, of course. Like, yeah. And the length of sleep, too. I know, I know people who sleep for longer than, like, 8 hours might end up feeling a lot crummier than they might, when they first went to sleep.
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
Restless night? That's me all the time. Oh, man. Yeah, that blows. Really need 16 to 18 hours to feel fully recharged. Oh, man. Yeesh. Yeah, sometimes it do feel like that. Especially if your day was just like extra tough. And you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go home and just fall to bed. Right, don't even need to do anything else. Just like open the door, close the door, walk to your bed, fall on it, and then immediately get transported to whatever the next time is post-sleep. jeez. There's one car that, like, I get knocked around by. Look out the window, battered by a storm. Nope, back to bed, yeah. There's those times, too. You see, it's like, oh, it's dark, or the weather's inclement, or something else is happening, and that just you immediately go to sleep. Reminds me of a tweet long ago that I thought was like highly amusing, where some guy was like responding to another tweet that was like someone saying something really dumb, and basically says, "Man, do you ever see a take so dumb you immediately have to go to sleep?" It's just like, yep, that's enough. That's enough for me today. Enough everything for me today. It's just like, I'm out. Peace out. Maybe tomorrow we'd be better. We've been totally battered by Storm Isha here. Hurricane winds and rain. Aw, jeez. Stay safe. Hurricanes are no joke. Yeah, this was like a long time ago, but I remember one vacation I went with my family. We went to a place and happened to be there when a hurricane was touching down, and that was a fun time, just seeing like a mega rainstorm, just tons of rain falling down, and you know, the next day we saw like a couple things get uprooted and upended. It was kind of wild. Place we were staying at miraculously was intact, and we were shortly out of that vacation spot afterwards, so you know, it was an intense time, but thankfully nothing major happened to us. The Met office said to stay away from windows. Oh yes, absolutely. Batten down the hatches, indeed. It's always a thing you see when the hurricanes come around. You see like the news come up and go, oh yeah, people are boarding up their windows, they're closing up the doors, they're you know, making sure they got their bathtubs all cushioned out, they're making sure they got their emergency supplies ready just in case they need them. Yeah. So you mentioned a hurricane. Were there like any other like maybe severe weather situations that you at least aware of or were involved in one way or another? I think the only other one I was in was like a mega snowstorm. It was a really long time ago. I just remember it vividly because so much snow came down. It practically it was pretty high up. It forced school to close like a couple of days. I think that was one of the few times you know, our school district actually closed down for snow. Yeah, it was pretty fun just going out there and seeing big, vast winter. You know, it's a winter scene with lots of like, I don't know how else to put it. It's snow. Sadly, I'm not the poetic type, so I'm just gonna keep calling it snow. I was actually talking with some of my friends, and we were asking about like how the weather was, because where they were, it was like super cold, and I remember going, "Oh yeah, man, it must have been crazy with the snow and everything," and they had to tell me, "Oh yeah, no, we didn't get snow here. We just got really, really cold weather." And I was like, right, okay. Yeah. I don't know if that's... Yeah, snow's funny, right? As a kid, you're just anticipating it because that means you get to go out there and play, and it means your classes are probably all going to get canceled and stuff, but as an adult, it's like, oh no, now I gotta go out there, shovel it, clean it up, maybe clean out my sidewalks and driveways, whatever, swipe off the cars, and if a workplace isn't charitable and generous, then you gotta actually, you know, go to work anyway, because something capitalism. A few years ago, we had really bad snow. It kept freezing overnight, so it didn't go away for almost 2 months. That winter, almost everyone fell at least once. All public transport was shut down, people panic buying, the supermarkets were almost empty of all food. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that sounds, it's definitely a crisis in the making there. Whew. Yeah, I don't think I've been in, ever been in a place where, like, the snow will keep refreezing and turn into ice and just, like, create, like, a state of perpetual, winter. Or, you know, more winter than is what is usual. Like, people will warn of, say, icy roads and stuff, but usually they got ways to handle that. Slightest bit of snow here and everything falls apart. That's what, like, my friends in the southern U.S. like to say. It's just like, yeah, you know, we get like a slight dusting of snow, and everyone's like, shut everything down. But, you know, I completely understand when you come down and think about it, because those areas probably don't get snow, so their vehicles and the public transportation vehicles probably aren't equipped to handle things like snowy weather all the time, so, you know. Better safe than sorry, but still, it's quite a contrast, especially since some of them did live up north and know how more resistant to closures institutions in the north tend to be. We can't cope with snow! Shut the buses down now! Get buying supplies! Hell, they stop the trains when there's leaves on the tracks. I mean, given the consequences for what could happen if a train gets derailed. Again, I get it. Better safe than to have to deal with an incident because a train got derailed, right? Then you gotta shut down the line, and then there's probably a lot of people who probably injured or worse. You know, it's like, consider the alternative. Nanny State at its finest. I mean, yes, there are some places which maybe they could reel it back, but there are some other places where it's like, yeah, maybe they might have a good point, right? Not just to cover their reputation and stuff, but because, you know, people's lives could be at stake.
A place Kristen knows all.
This is going to become a running joke. This guy's going to keep interrupting the co-host. It's like, oh man, things are about to go off. Yeah, we're going to get back to the race here. You want the road salted? Sorry, budget cuts. I think by contrast, the other thing that kind of amuses me is when people will think there's like a big old storm coming, right? They're gonna be like, oh man, this is gonna be a gigantic snowfall. Everyone get ready. You see the pavement and the sidewalks all get pre-salted and everything. And come next day, and no snow. Right, sometimes you might get like rain, other times it just might be clear weather. It's like, on one hand, it's kind of funny. On the other hand, that's basically meteorology, right? You just have to look at the data at hand, calculate the probability, and you know, even if it's 90%, even if you forecast like a 90% chance of snow, there is that 10% that might kick in, and there just might be no snow, right? 10% doesn't mean 0%, it just means it's highly unlikely, and, well, in that case, the highly unlikely actually became the result. Or you know what's even funnier is like, at least in the U.S., I see news programs. They're trying to make like all these weird and crazy terms for whatever winter phenomena is happening. I've seen things like bomb cyclone and flash freeze and like Arctic chill and all this other stuff. It feels like each year they're trying to coin some new term. Honestly, makes me wonder what the motivation for it is. Or they're just trying to have like one of them stick, and we'll just like call it that from there on out or something. It's like even something the late night shows I watch have picked up on. Like, see, like maybe Kimmel or Colbert just like poke fun at them. They'll just have like a montage of the various local news reporters saying Arctic chill, Arctic chill, Arctic chill, so on and so forth. It's weird, right? Because there are already established terms for this stuff. We don't need to make some sort of pop term that will only last like one season probably, and everyone will probably just like make fun of anyway. Hard to watch the news with all those tickers and stuff all over the screen. Yeah. Yeah, some of them overdo it. Right. One is kind of enough. If you get something like kind of headlines at a glance, and then you got like the stock tracker, and then you got like a temperature widget on the side too, and I don't know, ads wherever, because this is where we're at. And it gets to be a bit much. It's like what people originally ran away from TV for, right? Because the internet had all this stuff without all that extra fluff around it, but unfortunately the internet is kind of going that way too, where you'll see ads that are getting harder and harder to kind of brush aside, and you know, things starting to be more named after big companies and products and sponsors and what have you. It's like, yeah, it's like we need to throw all this info at them. Pretty much the basis of the 24-hour news channel, right? Just news all the time. That's why I only stick to like the local channels. I just do like local news because that's on for maybe 1.5 hours. And you got like 30 minutes of national news, and then after that's like evening programs. Or, you know, you can just turn off the TV then. Or just like go to a website and read the articles there. I like those random human interest stories you get at the end of news shows. Yeah! I like them. I like those too, right? That's why I like local news, because you know, it's like stuff that's most relevant to you, at least to where you live. They'll either like highlight a person who's done something cool, or they'll highlight a new location that's opened up, or one that maybe they think deserves a bigger spotlight. Maybe there's like a special event happening and they'll cover that. Yeah, something to leave a smile at the end. It's like, hey, you know, there are other people out there too. They're kind of doing their thing, right? Out there living life their own way. We get a kind of a glimpse into their story, what they're up to. It's one of the things I like about the internet for that. You know, now that some of the local news channels have websites and YouTube channels, it can be fun when they just like randomly pop up and like, hey, you know what? I'll check out this article, see what's going on in this other place, part of the world, see what they're up to. Alright, ad time, so I'm gonna wait to respond. I'm gonna hold off. We're gonna talk about, well, this is the third race. Oh, I forgot to mention up top, but this will probably be a shorter stream tonight. We'll probably get through like the stocks events, maybe do 1 or 2 tuner events, and then I'm gonna call it, because I have something to do early tomorrow morning, and I can't really afford to stay up late. So, sadly, we'll have to cut this one a little shorter. On the bright side, that means you get more Grid 2 streams, or Grid 2019 streams overall. So, you know, get more of this if you're into it. Sorry, that was really loud. Wow, McDonald's ad that was just on. He was so sped up, he was like that Micro Machines guy. Oh boy. Feels like the kind of thing they would aim at kids. It's like, oh man, look at this high energy piece. It's so hyper. Oh man, this thing's got to be really cool because they're so high energy. Had one recently. This 7-year-old is the first. 7-year-old is the youngest person to climb Mount Everest. Whoa. Yeah, cramming in all the small print at the end. It's like those disclaimers they have where they go say right at the end, like, you know, side effects include blah 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 and death. It's really fast, or we are not responsible for, you know, so and so, what have you. Yeah, 7-year-old youngest person to climb Mount Everest. See, I have mixed feelings about that. On one hand, cool. On the other hand, what the hell were those people who let that person go through thinking? Like, come on, Everest? That's not like a casual stroll through a park. That thing's grueling and dangerous. And yeah, I wouldn't have the stamina for that at that age either. Like, there's a limit to these kinds of things, and I don't know. These people who chase glory would be one thing, but when they put like kids in danger to have that glory, that that does not sit well with me, like, at all. Like, I don't know. I've read a couple other stories where they've attempted kids do dangerous things, and they've had more catastrophic results. So, yeah, I don't know. Just let the kids be kids, man. They only get to be young once. Let them live carefree. Let their imaginations run wild. Let them go through their pretend worlds, pretend stories, with their various characters that they have in their minds. Just let them be them. Sheesh.
Come on, I think you've hit them one too many times.
Yeah, a bit like those stage parents that live through their kids. Yeah, it's like they only see their kid as like some sort of trophy. They want their kid to be recognized for something big, and then they can be known as the parents of the kid that did something big. And I don't know, they will also get that glory by association, which, bleh. I think I mentioned it already, but yeah, some folks are just like, so obsessed with speed running life. It's weird, right? Always talking about, oh man, I'm gonna graduate school early, I'm gonna get a degree early, and I'm gonna get a job early, and then gonna retire early. And of course, the question that always follows after that is, what now, right? So you did it. You got there before everyone else. You got your moment of fame, your moment of glory. It's like, now what? Certainly you're not just going to sit there and rest on your laurels, right? For some people, it's about the thrill of the chase. It's about doing the things, so they keep setting more and more goals for themselves, and maybe they'll end up burning out or something, or maybe they do just, like, kick back, right? Either way. The parent wars, my son did this, well, my daughter did this. Yeah. Always gotta flex and counter-flex and try to flex harder. Some people can't just leave it off of, wow, I'm really proud of you.
Hold the lead through to the end now.
It's about the journey, not the destination, exactly. Or as I like to say sometimes, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Sure, it may seem like a big deal, but everyone's got their pace to go, right? Everyone's gonna get where they want to go eventually, hopefully. Don't have to worry about people getting to where they want to be before you. Just worry about yourself. Yeah, then come for the bumper stickers. My child is an honor student. And you'll get something like, my dog ate your honor student, or something like that. That always amused me. Wait, I was second? Oh, it was because I had the penalty, wasn't it? Damn, a whole 2 seconds. You know what? I'm still a pretty good spot. What's a favorite bumper sticker you've seen? For me, would probably have to be like the one in Spaceballs. Like what Spaceball 1 had a giant bumper sticker at the back of their spaceship. We break for no one. Just feels super appropriate for who they are. Just like big old jerks. Yeah, of course. Also, the idea of a bumper sticker for a spaceship is just inherently hilarious. There are probably some other ones too. I have to admit, my involvement with bumper stickers probably begin and end with just looking at them, because I don't know if I'd actually stick them on my car. Because, you know, the adhesive that would remain after I take it off is just gonna...
And we're heading into the final round.
It's gonna take a lot to clean it off, I imagine.
Kristen, tell me.
I love that you were just passed by a furry. Yeah, that's a good one. Little parting message. I've yet to see one of those Forza window stickers done in the style of the car pie level. Yeah, I wish we had window stickers. That would be pretty sweet. Even if they just give us all the expected ones, like the family and, I can't think of anything else at the moment. Probably give us probably a good opportunity to give us a bunch of other branded stickers, like could throw in like Halo and Gears of War, maybe Killer Instinct, Sea of Thieves, you know, all their popular properties. Like A800. If Need for Speed can do it, surely Forza can. Yeah.
And we're heading into the final round now.
I wonder if it's like an engine thing.
Tell me, and I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out.
Already battling for position, but we haven't seen anyone kind of try to change theirs just yet. Might be because you have to reverse it for inside views. Yeah, that's true. Could you imagine that being like a selling point at a tech? It's like, look, thanks to the power of the Xbox, we're able to show window stickers in reverse when you're inside the car. Oh my god, what is it with this race? Man, it's only 3 laps and...
Right on to lap 2. We're keeping up with the pace.
It's like...
Just stay out of their way. Let them speed down.
Man. These guys are giving it their all in this one. Sheesh.
Okay, don't be surprised if they're gunning for you now.
Thanks for straightening me out, guy. And yet, some of the drift cars and rally cars have window stickers. Yeah. Although I imagine if you're doing as like part of a paint scheme, maybe there's something different they can do there. Alright, I need to correct myself here. Maybe try going a little bit slower. Guy said pass on the inside as I was passing him on the inside. That's what I like to hear. Where is the first place fella anyway? Apparently I'm all the way back here and that's 4th. Alright, if I could just get past this fella. Good. No, seriously, where is first place? What the heck? There's like no one in front of me, and yet... Oh? What? Why did it say I was in second until I crossed the finish line? I mean, I'll take it, but... Sheesh, you had me... panicking there. The hell? I know, right? What happened? I think something malfunctioned. Oh well. It was in my favor, so... Hey. Oh my god, I just saw they have dailies. Well, daily win bonus anyway. Grid can't do maths, right? They're not too great at this whole positioning thing. Alright. Ooh, sorry. Tracking was going a little nuts there. Alright, next up. The European Cup. Race 3 rounds. Oh, we're doing this goddamn truck again. Oh, come on, there's gotta be like more... Oh no, it's a pro trucks. Okay. So I'm guessing all the tracks are like in Europe. Hey, look at me.
And here we are for the first round.
Number 14.
How you feeling about this one?
Look, I feel like it's taken these drivers.
I was gonna say, we don't race pickups like that in England and Europe. I figured not.
I mean, earned.
I do like that they give us the rolling start for these hot laps, but it is kind of funny when they start off with like the car standing completely still and then cut to us, you know, driving in motion. I guess you could just like, you know, head cannon it. There's like a scene you don't see where they let the player kind of have like one drive around the track before they start timing you for it. Oh boy, it looks like target time is 2 minutes 20 seconds. It's gonna be a long one. A longer one, anyway. Because 2 minutes really isn't that long in the grand scheme of things, especially since some races can have laps that go up to, like, 4 minutes. A warm-up lap to get your tires up to temperature, yes, indeedy. Gotta make sure they start gripping the pavement. All nice and stuff. Grip that tarmac. Get that engine spinning. Make sure everything's in order before you start racing for real. Closing in on the target time, and I don't see if... Oh, wait. I see confetti. I kind of like this visual language. Close to the end of the race, you see confetti and little poppers just, like, pop off. It's like, oh, man, the little celebration that you're at the end. Also a nice visual language to let you know, hey, this race is almost done. Either you try to hang on best you can, or you only got little time left to, you know, get an additional position or two.
And here we are for the first
Either way.
round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
The opening race, and I guess we will.
At least you won't make the mistake I did when I went to a track day. Totally fried the brakes. Oh dear. Oh man. Ouch. That does not sound very good. Yeesh. Yeah, busted brakes are probably the last thing you want to happen when you're driving. Not just racing, but just driving in general. Jeez. The kicker was that it wasn't my car. Oh, that's... Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oof. Yeah. That would make me feel even worse, right? If it wasn't my car that I messed up, but it was someone else's car. Yeah. But yeah, that's why I like when I drive, I'll see, especially in like the mountainous areas, they'll have like the off ramps with, you know, piled high with water barrels and bags of sand there for any car that might be kind of like in a runaway state and have no way of stopping, but except by extreme force. also see like a bunch of water barrels get placed by like corners and stuff too. I guess it's to like slow down the car as well before they hit the thing and inadvertently split the car in half, which, you know, kind of a worst case scenario there, especially for the people inside. Those big runoff ramps they have for semi-trucks, yeah, those. Yeah, probably have a lot of water barrels, sandbags, especially for the semis, because they would need a lot of you know, counter mass to kind of bring the vehicle to a halt very quickly. None of that here, just steel and concrete barriers. Well, whatever works, right? Imagine steel and concrete barriers. You can at least make something structurally sound out of it, so not only will it be able to absorb the impact of a large multi-ton vehicle, it will also remain standing. I mean, I know cars these days tend to be made in such a way that, you know, if they do collide with something, they're not going to become a massive death trap for the people inside. They got, like, ways to crumple up and try to, you know, make the impact not as jarring. Right. Always see the telltale signs on the twisty roads of the tire marks and the big hole in the hedge or fence. Yeah. There's always going to be one of those folks who maybe doesn't quite get how driving works and inadvertently leads their car into a crash course off-road. Definitely read enough stories about them. Right, enough stories about cars that just suddenly go crashing in places where they probably shouldn't be. And in some instances, very frightening instances, but yeah. It's like, how do some people even get their license when they don't seem to understand how cars work? Or at least understand how rules work. Road codes stuck in the front grille, yeah. There are those other folks, the ones who think, you know, rules of the road don't apply to them. And they're just gonna go do whatever they want. Everyone else be damned. It's always satisfying when they do go and break the rules and just see lights suddenly flare up, the sirens blaring, and just see them like pulled over by the cops right away. Satisfying. Yeah, 3 tons of metal, rubber, and glass just ending up in someone's living room. Yeah, that's always the nightmare scenario, isn't it? It's like, yes, this house is supposed to be a safe area, but all it takes is just one driver, one car having a really off moment, and it's like, well, suddenly things have changed a lot. And often for the worse, sometimes for the worst. don't see as many joyriders now as you did a few years ago. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah. Yeah, it did feel like I read a lot more about those kinds of stories. Granted, I still read about them every now and then. I don't know if maybe it's because I pay less attention, or because maybe, you know, whatever campaigns people have been doing have been effective, but yeah. That being said, it's always a tragic time when you do read a story about someone who's just having a good old joyride and tragic consequences befell them. Or people around them, which sucks even more. Yeah, catch up on the Joyrider fix by watching those cop shows. Or at least for me, there's like a website I go to that does occasionally talk about the occasional traffic story, and yeah, you'll usually read a story about someone who decides to go break a traffic law, and then, you know, whoever's talking about the story will usually go, yeah, we drove down the road, and a little bit later we saw that same car that broke the rule is now pulled over to the side with the police car behind them. Like, well, thankfully karma caught up to them a lot sooner. Infrared helicopter out and all that. Yeah, just cutting across fields and stuff, then legging it, hiding in a dumpster or a tree, right? All those big chases that I like to see a lot. Yeah, every now and then one of them will show up in like one of the late night shows, and you just have the wonder, right? Just have the wonder. Makes me think. I imagine at some point, you know, the person who's trying to get away must realize their number is up, right? Because it's like, eventually the law enforcement's gonna get the word out far enough, and there's gonna be enough people pursuing them, and they're gonna have like enough folks set up every which way that they're eventually gonna get caught. Even if they do try to hoof it, you know, they're gonna close in, and they're gonna get found out one way or another. It's gonna take like an extreme stroke of luck for them to actually get away. And usually if they do get away, it's kind of like in a permanent manner. Yeah, if not that, then the car will give up because it's been punished too much. Yeah, that's always a fun one too. Like, either that, or the vehicle's stuck. So I imagine it's probably like a fight or flight response at this moment, right? Probably kind of riding high on the adrenaline of the moment, and all they can really think about is like, gotta get away. I can still get away. Alright. As long as they have a chance to get away, they will take whatever they can. Even if, you know, they get that nagging feeling in the back of their heads, it's like, nah, it's over. It's probably like a very small feeling compared to the rush of the moment. Amazing how they try and still get away with no tires. The shower sparks from the bare rims. Oh man. Sometimes you're not even thinking about that. You're just like, I imagine they're probably just thinking, oh, why is this car not going? And then maybe they'll have a moment of clarity where they're like, oh, it's because there's sparks. That means the tires have been stripped bare. You won't take me alive, copper. Yeah, it does make you wonder what they were doing. I think I've read somewhere that these days, most law enforcement are instructed to not give chase if someone decides to get away. Because, you know, it's bad enough to have one high-speed car out there on the road. Probably much worse to have, like, 2 or more, right? Better to let them get away, right? Because catching them probably ain't worth whatever might happen if you collide with anything else, right? That's its own PR disaster in the making. Like, most people will probably tell you, no, that's not worth it. Not even remotely.
And today's event brings us to Brands Hatch. Kristen, what are your thoughts?
It's kind of like the same way on a smaller scale, where I think most employees in a store, they're usually instructed, yeah, if someone's like, you know, they steal something and hightail it out of the store, don't give chase, right? Let them get away. Assuredly, whatever they're getting away with probably ain't worth like your life or whatever PR disaster we gotta handle in the aftermath. Imagine if you could go full GTA with a pay and spray to remove cop activity. Ha! Yeah, imagine that. If you could just drive through some sort of drive-through and just instantly your car changes colors. And you become nigh unrecognizable, like when Superman takes off his glasses. Or Clark Kent takes off his glasses and becomes Superman. Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, the funniest part about that is this, there are some instances where someone does remove their glasses and they do look like they become a completely different person. It's like, yeah, if you didn't know them, you weren't like very familiar with that person. They took off their glasses and came back later. You'd be like, huh? You might get confused. It's always funny to think about, right? It's like, oh man, they had the same face, and all they did was just like change one tiny bit. Suddenly, no one recognizes them. But I admit, that was slightly more unbelievable for something like, say, Sailor Moon, where literally nothing changed about their face, right? They transformed, and you know, they still fought people. You know, you'd think someone would have recognized them at some point, right? Some people really suit glasses. Yes, exactly. Yeah, glasses have an appeal to them, right? They kind of give people a bit of a bookish look. They make them look a little intelligent. As someone once famously said, glasses are very versatile.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
Kind of weird. I've actually read 2 stories about people who have, like, you know, deliberately wrecked their eyesight just so that they could wear glasses. It's like the idea that they could just, like, you know, wear cosmetic glasses that aren't actually corrective lenses never really crossed their minds. It's like, well, if I ever had to wear them, I'd go with those frameless ones. I think they look really nice. Hey, yeah. Might be a personal thing. It might be because, like, anime makes it look like so, but I kind of like a half rim. Half rims, I think. Kind of look cute, and you know, they have their advantages too, because you can still show the character's complete eye through the half rim. I also like the small lenses too, like rectangular or squarish lenses.
Hold the lead. Last lap.
Nothing overly large. Although those are fine too, but I don't know. Something about like really large circular glasses just makes me think of the 90s, right? Makes me think old-fashioned. Small frames that are large enough for people to get, you know, still a clear view. That's where it's at for me, at least. The small round ones you see that they wear on their nose, yeah, goes really far down their bridge. I always wondered how those managed to stay up. They gotta be, like, glued on there or something. Some, like, really, really good nose pads. It's anime power. That explains a lot of kind of like outfit decisions that they make for anime outfits. It's the power of anime that it all holds together. Right? Why do people have these ridiculous hairstyles? The power of anime lets them have it. Why is it that some of their costume elements seem to perpetually float in the air, just like look, and yet still look flowy and movie and everything? Power of anime. That always amused me the most, right? Like, some character's outfit includes some sort of element that's, like, not attached to them at all. It's, like, maybe floating close by or on their backs or something, but, you know, just straight up not attached and, you know, just no plausible way for it to actually work except by hand-waving it off by power of anime. What's like the most ridiculous outfit you've seen in an anime, or you know, any sorts of video game, movie, manga, light novel, etc.? I think there were some outfits in this video game called Ragnarok Odyssey that made me scratch my head as to how it worked, because it had like floating elements to it, right? It's the kind of thing that you can only get away with. Oh, I guess magic powers probably keeping them afloat and in place and everything. Second in line would of course be anime hair, especially things like, say, Yugi Moto's weird tricolor hairstyle with the lightning bolt spikes and everything. How does that even work? It's like, might work from one view, one angle, but, you know, kind of falls apart if you try to do a 360.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen,
Gaia from Battle Toshinden with those seemingly alive sashes that can attack. Oh yeah, when they can use their clothes as a weapon, especially when it's like a sash. Just use it like a whip or something. It's like any sorts of divine character always has that celestial raiment. That's like that sash that seems to float that they have, like, that they wear around their arms like a shawl, and the rest of it is less like floating above their head for some reason. That one always amused me. Sure, it's a lot of fun for like the cosplayers too to figure out, oh man, how do I make this look like it's floating and still make it, you know, be part of the costume? You know, it might be some cases where maybe you just can't quite do that. Maybe the sash will just have to be droopy. How's Ivy Valentine not weighed down by that clunky armor while wearing next to nothing? Another odd design decision, right? When you just like seemingly random armored bits, it's like, oh. I guess it's more of a fashion statement than anything. Like, sure, okay, you got a pauldron, great, but if the pauldron's like the only piece of armor you have, alright, you got one shoulder that's like totally protected, for sure. Way to go. There's still the rest of you everyone can aim for. Yeah, the one thing always amuses me about cosplayers, it's like, talking about moving clothes that can attack, Ignis's outfit. Any sorts of living outfit. It's like a double dose of, I guess, creepy? I guess it depends on the work. Some outfits might have a more amicable relationship with their wearers. Ah, jeez. Okay. I can work with this. I think about it, there's like another guy, if I remember correctly, that attacks with the sash. I think it was, his name was like Amane from the Blaze Blue series. It's a guy who wears like a pink kimono-like outfit. That one always amused me.
You're on pace. Make some gains in lap 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the thing I like about when you see people cosplaying with like the flowy outfits is when you have like someone who's going along with them, and you know, when someone goes to stop them to ask for photos, their costume handler will usually go and, you know, make their outfits kind of stand up and more akin to what you would see in the series itself. Or the one I saw, at least, wasn't exactly an anime character, but it was like someone cosplaying as Batman, and they had another person following them who would lift up their cape whenever they had to pose for a picture. I always thought that was a fun touch. You can sort of get your dynamic shot going. That's even more fun when you see like kind of like a group, when you see a series of photo shoots, and then occasionally someone will like maybe put up some behind the scenes pictures, so they'll like take another camera, pull it further back, and you can see the kind of stuff they had to do to get that cool looking shot. It's like when you see someone kind of like in mid-motion or something like that, you kind of pull the camera back and you see what they had to do to kind of give it that illusion of flow while also giving people enough time to kind of, you know, get the shot set up and make it look right. Aw, jeez. Come on, I just want to get first. Oh man. Okay. I'd love to meet the person who cosplays as a life-size glam rock Freddy from FNAF Security Breach from the vids. They've done an amazing job on it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, especially when you get like those full bodysuit type of cosplays. That's an impressive amount of work that's taken into making it, and an impressive amount of work that takes to kind of walk around in it and pose in it and making sure you're going through your day all right with it. It's like, whew. I remember when Gears of War was big and you'd see like people wearing those huge ass armor suits. They wouldn't be able to stand and walk for long. Most of the time I'd see them like sitting on something. Probably for good reason, because I can't imagine those things being very easy to walk around in for long periods of time. European Cup is done. Oh yeah, I did go decorate my player card too. Just slapped a bunch of stuff on it. Alright, looks like sticks, more stock events. Next is the Road Race Championship, and we're getting oval stocks this time. Finally moving off of trucks and... oh. We only have one oval stock. Well, at least it's not the truck. I also like how these are going to be oval racers, but the tracks we're going on are very much not oval tracks. They probably take place in locales that have oval track configurations. We're not driving on oval tracks. To class things up, Rugel's red suit outfit with the long black lapels. Something about a badass in a suit that looks real cool. It's like they're sophisticated and yet they're not afraid to throw down. I guess it's a contrast. It's like that very English villain. Yeah. It's kind of like that appeal of contrast. It's like a guy who's dressed in a way that you wouldn't associate them with, you know, beating other people up, but what they do is beat people up. I wonder if that was like the appeal of those suave secret agents like James Bond as well, because they're out there doing fancy stuff in tuxedos and also doing things undercover and, you know, getting down and dirty and doing all the secret ops stuff. And of course, the occasional action scene as well. Gotta love a good Bond villain. Which Bond villain is your favorite? Mine's gonna be really dumb, but I love that guy from GoldenEye who always yelled, "I'm invincible!" Only because he finally met his end because he got like flash frozen by a bunch of liquid nitrogen. And it's like, yup, you sure are invincible. So invincible, yeah, kind of flash froze there. Oops. I guess it's also because you got like the smug guy finally gets comeuppance, although they probably never even realized it, you know, before they bought the farm there. Kind of makes you hope there's an afterlife, because you can just imagine them realizing that they're a spirit now and be like, what? No, this was supposed to be my big epic moment. I can't believe I fell apart there. Ah. Hard to choose, but Dr. Kananga from Live and Let Die, Jaws with the metal teeth. Oh yeah, Jaws is pretty nuts as well. The classic is Aaron Goldfinger. Oh yeah. Something about a smooth talking villain that really appeals to folks. Again, I think it's like the appeal of contrast, because normally you don't expect the proper people to be the bad guys. So when one of them is the bad guy, it's like, oh man, they're able to speak on the level of the proper heroes as well. It's like, oh geez, oh man, oh geez. They will come back and retort at you with sophistication. Teehee with the mechanical claw hand. Ooh yeah. Oh, and there was Odd Job too, right? The classic with his killer hat. Man, oh man, was that hat killer. If I remember correctly, his undoing was by his own hat too, right? Like, threw the hat and then got done in by his own hat. The hat's so iconic, I think they made it into a weapon for GoldenEye. Like, if you picked Oddjob, you would always have his hat as a weapon. Yeah, electrocuted. Heh.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Early version of Kung Lao. Oh, right. Kung Lao of Kung Lao war suit. Blowfield was cool with his white cat. See, another sign of sophistication. The villain has a cat. He is resting on the lap. Not a care in the world. It's just there for something the villain to stroke menacingly while the heroes thwart their plans. Can also maybe easily show their frustration if the villain perhaps strokes the cat a bit more roughly, or maybe doesn't want to stroke the cat anymore, or orders the cat off their lap. It's like, oh man, that's how you know the heroes are getting under the villain's skin. I don't know about you, but for once, I wonder what it would be like for a villain to have, like, a puppy. I'm not talking like a dog or anything, just a straight-up puppy. It's like, you know, the henchman comes in to tell the villain how the plans went, and you see, like, villains just playing fetch or something, right? Or they're, like, trying to pull one of their shirts away from their puppy. Or, I don't know, puppy just does puppy things. That would be pretty amusing. I guess most of the time, if the villain does have dogs, it's usually something a lot more menacing looking. Tend to be grown up, too. You can imagine a dog that kind of just, like, stares at you and growls menacingly. It's like... Especially if they're a big dog, because then it's like... Oh, yeah, don't want to mess with them because they probably mess you up. And won't have any reservations doing so. Be cool if it was a Dalmatian puppy, because those are super cute. Yeah. It's like that, or a Samoyed, or a Husky, or even a Golden Retriever pup. Yeah, usually Doberman or Rottweiler. Yeah. I remember, that's like the... What was it? Old Bruce Wayne and Batman Beyond. His dog Ace was I think he was a Doberman, right? I think he was a Doberman. Another race down. It was round 1 of 3. Alright, I'm gonna get some water real quick. The reputation is far-fetched. My Doberman was super laid back and chilled out. I feel like that's like the case for most dogs, right? Media will portray them one way, but You know, not every dog is like that, or they're more like the product of their upbringing. Right? They're less about their personalities and more about how people raised them up. Because, yeah, you can have, you know, really calm and friendly Doberman. You can have calm and friendly, say, Chihuahuas, other toy breeds.
What's your take?
So, Alex, the main thing to watch out for with
It's all about the people who raise them. You know, if you raise them properly, make sure they know their boundaries, and you know, you teach them how to behave, then they usually end up all right. He was just fussy food-wise, wouldn't eat regular dog food. Oh man. I think I had a friend who owned a dog that was like that. Right, they adopted the dog when they were like a few years old, so they were trying to figure out what they could feed him, so... Always the case of, hey, we'll just pour out this bag of dog food, or we'll just pour out a bowl of dog food for them. You know, they'll go stare at the food and then just walk away. It's like, oh, I guess not that one. You know, they had to run through a few of them till the dog finally found something they were willing to chow down on. At one time, he'd only eat cat food. I mean, pet food is pet food in the end. As long as the food's giving them their proper nutrition, then it's all good, right? It is kind of amusing, though, when you think about it. Just imagine dog food is prepared a certain way, cat food is probably prepared another way. Ended up with this chicken mince stuff we get from the abattoir. Yeah, some of them prefer wet food, some of them prefer dry food, some of them might prefer certain kinds of ingredients over others. Huh. No confetti there, though I guess that makes sense considering it's like raining and everything. That was a fun visit every week. A nasty place. Well, as the saying goes, any port in the storm, right? If it means the dog is fed and happy, well, you do what you gotta do. I certainly get that feel. Might not like it, but in the end, that's how things go.
A place Kristen knows, and I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out.
The things we do for pets, yeah. I mean, get it, right? Because it's like a... Some people come to think of them as like another family member, right? And you know, you gotta do a lot for them, you gotta raise them, you gotta feed them, you gotta make sure they're well cared to. But in return, most of the time they will be very, very affectionate with you, right? Even if it's, you know, something like a cat. They will cuddle you, they will lick you, they will want to play with you. They will demand your attention at times too. It's definitely, I can definitely see how people get an emotional attachment with them. I know I would. If I ever got a pet, I would probably, you know, treat them as one of my family members. Because they kind of are, right? You do have to expense for them, and you know there is the grooming and the food and getting supplies for them, and you got to make sure you spend time with them, make sure they're being cared for and everything. Yeah, and prepare to get totally screwed by vet bills. Yep. And it's the same deal with like raising kids, right? Occasionally they'll come down with something, you gotta go see a doctor about it. In this case, it's your pet coming down with something, and you gotta see a medical professional for animals for it.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
I imagine the hardest part is when that moment comes where it's like, oh man, either you can't justify the cost, or it's only going to put off the inevitable for a little bit, so you just gotta make that hard decision. Yeah. Never easy. That's for sure. Mine would look at you like you're in my spot, move now. And if you didn't, he'd just plop his backside on your lap with his paws on the floor. Yeah, when they play that game. Yeah, I've seen occasional videos on it when... most of the time it's like when pets... when pet owners are kind of like working on their computers, or they're playing games or something, suddenly their pet just like comes up. Either they try to close the laptop lid, or they go sit on the keyboard, or they're like trying to push the person's hands off the keyboard. And then it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're getting at here. Alright. And you just gotta go play with them. It's like, oh man, how can I stay mad? How can I stay mad when they're so adorably trying to vie for your attention this way?
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Or no, you know what? When it gets real bad is when they start whimpering. It's when they, like, give you those begging eyes and they start whimpering at you. Yeah, they start meowing forlornly at you. It's like, why you gotta tug at my heartstrings like that? I love you, but you are being such a pain in the arse right now. Ain't that the truth? Sometimes you just want a little you time, and the pet's like, nah, I want some you and me time. But yeah, that's like one of the best feelings too, I imagine, when you got like the pet right beside you. Yeah, just like in their own relaxed state, and you're in your own relaxed state, and you're just like relaxing together, and it's like, yeah. Now this is the life. This is life right here. One of my friend's old dogs was like that, because they had like a smaller dog. And the dog would always like to, what they would like to do is always just get up next to someone and just like be right next to them. I always like to say they always like to be next to a warm body, because that's what it felt like, because they always try to get right beside someone and try to just like snuggle with them. It's like, how can you be mad at that, right? How can you be mad at a pet that just wants to be right by you, no matter what? Yeah, when you stand up and they're like, where are you going? I'm coming too, right? They leap up and they start walking out after you. I heard it's good for your mental health. Yeah, a pet. Yeah, I can see how it would be. It's just having that sort of reciprocation for affection, right? It gives you something to love, and in return, you'll usually get loved by them. One way or another, right? Could be a dog, could be a cat, could be another pet entirely. It all works out. I think I saw a picture on Twitter where someone was saying they took a bath. And then their cat, who hates baths, actually tried to check up on them, and their dogs tried to check up on them too. Which I thought was pretty adorable. It's like, oh man, they must probably heard splashing. It was like, or no, they didn't see their human, and they're like, oh no, are they in trouble? So they try to look around for them, and then they finally find them. It's like, okay, I guess they're okay. Aw, I know, right? Those kinds of stories that make you go, yep. If nothing else, at least some people will always have their ever loyal animals. Or there'll be like these other stories I'll read about where someone's just having a really, really bad day, right? And the animals kind of have like their animal sense. They can usually, tell if their owner is maybe not in the best mood. They usually try to do something to make them feel better. Like the one I was reading about, like their cat just like suddenly got up on their lap and they just started purring. Started purring really loudly, enough that the owner was like feeling the vibrations, and I was like, oh, that actually calmed me down. It's therapeutic. Something about a cat's purrs that just, instantly calms a person. Pet therapy, right? It's like why you'll see in like some medical facilities they'll have, I think they call them like therapy pets. Usually dogs. They'll just like let them in there with the person, because hey, the pet's there to make you feel better. Just having an animal that will devote 100% of their attention to you and be super duper affectionate. It's like that'll get someone's mood up. That's for sure. Oh, the other thing I also like is when you'll see like adult pets. They suddenly see like a little baby animal, like right. You see grown dogs, they see a kitten, or grown cats, they see a puppy, or either of them, they see a baby, and suddenly they like you see their like entire demeanor change entirely, right? Even if they're like normally boisterous and hyperactive,
You have to be careful now.
the moment they see like little baby, they immediately go into kind of like some sort of guardian mode. They'll usually, approach the tiny animal very, very carefully and maybe give them a very gentle look over. But yeah, that's also another calming thing, I could say. I guess it's like the same way people are around, baby animals or human babies. It's like everything about them changes. It's like, oh man, we gotta be extra careful around them because it's a tiny, fragile little thing, just new to the world. We don't want to give them a rough time right out the gate. Yeah, that and the brain goes into baby talk mode. I've actually read that people are starting to advise against that now. Like, if you're raising a baby, they say try not to do the whole baby talk thing, because that might be detrimental to the kids' kind of like speech development. As time goes on, you just enunciate your words like you would if you were speaking with another person.
Get up to lap 2. We are chasing the pack. Oh, they won't be happy with that.
There's always some expert to say you're doing things wrong. Oh, yeah, that's always one of those things. Yeah, I guess. Ultimately, it comes down to the person, right? You just gotta do what you think is right, unless it happens to be a very, very wrong thing.
Push them over the edge here.
But yeah, most of the time, it tends to be like, multiple right ways to do a thing. It's like what people say, right? There are several subjects that you should try not to broach during a conversation, like politics or parenting I think there was another P that they tied in with that as well. I forget what it is, but yeah, parenting is like... It's always one of those hot-button subjects where someone will usually, you know, flip out at someone else because they're doing a thing some way that they do not approve of, like, at all. And you end up in, like, a big argument over it, and it's like, oh boy, oh boy. Sometimes it's better to just maybe avoid the subject entirely. Yeah, they try to stick their oar in and get up in your business. Yeah, that's true. It does suck when that happens, when you're just, you know, doing your own thing and someone just, like, kind of crosses your boundaries to give you a what for. And it's like, yo, leave me alone. It ain't that important, trust me. What is with the racers on these tracks? Why are they so much more cracked than they are? If I can at least get third, I'll be happy. There we go. I wonder if I need to, like, maybe tune down the difficulty a bit for these last few events, because, man. Even on this one, they seem to be giving me a little bit of work. That was all my flashbacks. I'm out. I pretty much got to do the rest of this race with my own mad skills, or lack thereof.
Come on, I think you've hit them
Hey, it was
too many times.
you're their fault. They ran into me. I didn't run into them the last time. Anyway. Yeah, how's it like these two guys are able to keep pace? Or it feels like I get close to them and suddenly they just like pull ahead. It's like they're somehow doing better in the straightaways than I am, but ah well. Third ain't nothing to sneeze at least, and yeah. I know if we ever adopt, our baby is gonna be rocking some furry and heavy metal baby grows. Heh. Yeah. That's one of the things you can do with a baby, right? You can usually dress them up in funny things. Because, hey, they're not gonna realize it. As long as you don't try to hold it against them later on, it's all good. I know my nephew wore all manners of funny clothes related to their parents. Ensure your team finishes in third place in the event. Alright, cool. So despite that third place finish in the final race, did well enough in the others to get first. Thunder in the desert, and this is a one-rounder. Whew. It'll be a nice change of pace at least after these slightly longer marathons. Just have a one-off, although it's 5 laps, so it's still gonna take a bit. Just having that one being a one race will be enough.
What have we got scored here?
Well, it's
Ooh, excuse me. Could get in fursuit, act like a plush, then suddenly move and surprise him. Oh, that would be fun. Alright, as long as it's like, you know, it's a positive surprise for the baby. That'll be a lot of fun. I guess it's kind of like a peekaboo kind of thing, right? Baby comes up not expecting something, suddenly their parents appear, and it's like, ooh, ooh. Alright, I can see why this is 5 laps now, because these 5 laps are going to go by in the blink of an eye. Well, 55 seconds, maybe not quite the blink of an eye, but it's going to be pretty quick. Let's see if I can hold my position. The downside of one race is that this one race is going to decide everything, so it's not like I can fudge this one and expect to do better later, because no, this is it.
So now we turn our attention
It's either do well in this one or don't do well.
Okay. It looks like the race is about to
Oh snap, we got a rolling start! Oh, look at this, it's a proper ass rolling start too. Not some weird shuffly thing. Nah, these guys are actually rolling up as a unit, as they should be. Yeah, I guess I remember. Remember when my nephew was younger, right? When he was a baby, I did the peekaboo thing with him too. It was just always amusing because you always bought it, right? Every time you disappear, you'd be like, "Oh no, where did Uncle go?" And then you pop back up, you're like peekaboo. He suddenly spots you and he just gives a big giggle. It's like, "Aha, there you are." You do that a few times, like, amusing this kid is so easy. It's so great, right? Seeing it's kind of like the raw feelings of the baby just coming on through, right? Because they are really experiencing joy, pure joy at seeing the folks they're familiar with. As the Teletubbies would say, again, again, again. Oh man, I think my nephew actually went through that phase. when he was able to start speaking, you know, you do the funny thing. You were like, do it again. You know, you keep doing it, right? Even if you're like tired out, he keeps saying, do it again. Endless amusement again. Thankfully, my nephew was always also understanding, so if I did get worn out, I'd tell him, hey, I'm kind of tired now. We've done this a lot of times. He'd be like, okay. You know, we'll do it, or we'll do something else. You know, he'll go off and like do his own thing while I stand by and watch. It's all good. Yeah, all good until they learn the word no. That's true. The no phase. It's when they start being a rebel. They start doing it because it gets a different reaction. And then it's like, oh man, you gotta, yeah, you kind of gotta guide him through that as well. It's like, yeah, there are some times where you might have to do something you don't want to do. Yeah, in the mind phase too. There are some times where you might have to share with them. No, excuse me. Dang it. Couldn't mute the mic. Right, you get that phase where they try to kind of become independent, right? They try to kind of go out there and do their own thing. You know, you want to try to help them out as much as they can because it's kind of fun, but you also know that there might be some things they might not be, like, ready to take on by themselves just yet. So you gotta find some way to give the assistance over while still making them feel like they're kind of progressing, right? They're able to do things by themselves. Tying shoelaces was a huge milestone. Oh yeah. It was for me. I remember for a while I always needed like the shoes with the Velcro straps, but eventually I figured out how to tie my own knots, and I was able to wear shoes with laces. Kind of glad I did, because, you know, lots of cute footwear out there have laces and maybe less Velcro straps. Oh yeah, one event, one race event. So we have wrapped things up. So now we gotta do the results. Boom. Just like that, another one down. What's next? TC1 specials in America. I have to assume the tracks are in America anyway. Alright, I already got this one, so we'll continue getting this one. There, it to me.
Here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Look, I feel like it's taken.
I feel like I want to get on the track. Do you have any other moments in your life you would consider like a big milestone? It could come from like any point, right? It doesn't have to be like something from your kid years or anything like that. I think for me, I think it's like the moment where I felt like I finally, everything fell into place was the first time I kind of got my own place, right? The first time I was able to get a room and have the room to myself, not have to have it with like a roommate. I was like, oh man, it's like my own whole ass private quarters, all to me. Every last part of it, no shared spaces anywhere. I can do whatever the heck I want with every square inch of it, all for me. Felt great. Also meant I could like do whatever I want, right? So I didn't have to worry about being quiet at certain hours or having to have things set up a certain way for any roommates or anything like that. It was just like, oh man, I can do things how I want, do whatever I want, and not have anyone else judge me for it. It was nice. It was real nice. Honestly, I don't think I could go back. I don't know if I could have a roommate again after you know, the independence I get for having my own room. At the very least, it would have to be like a roommate that would like stay out of my hair for most of the time, because
And here we are for the first round, Kristen.
I kind of like doing my own thing, you know?
The opening race, and I guess we will see who is out there to feel out the competition.
I remember the first time I was allowed to get on the bus to town on my own. I was like 8 at the time. Whoa! That's gotta be a big moment. See, it's like doubly cool, because you get to do a thing on your own, and it's like, wow, can't believe it. My parents trust me enough to actually let me do this thing on my own. Yeah, no more being dragged shopping with mom. Yep. You actually get to go at your own pace. So I imagine at 8, of course, you'd probably still have limits set. But, you know. Otherwise, the world, at least more of the world, is your oyster. It's freeing. It's liberating. It's almost cathartic in a way. First kiss is always a big thing. Oh yes, absolutely. I can see why people would make a big deal of that, because, yeah. You want to make it count, because you know you're going to remember that for years to come, so you want to make sure it's with someone who really means a lot to you.
Great first lap. You're leading the race.
This race is going by fairly quickly. Then again, the lap time is 1.5 minutes, so we're not spending much time on this track, if anything. Yeah, they said tarmac. Huge responsibility when I got my own house key. Oh! That is a step up. Now you can... Now you're free to come and go as you like. That's always nice when your parents trust you enough to kind of let you go out and do as you please. At least for a while, I imagine. Again, there's still limits, there's still boundaries. But it is nice when they kind of, you know, let you do a little bit more and more by yourself
Last lap, so
as time
hold
goes
the
on.
lead through to the end now.
I guess being able to drive for the first time also would be a big deal. Because that's like another whole world that's opened up, because you no longer have to plan your things around places you can walk to. Now you got like a wider range of things you can do. You can go about town much more quickly. You can also even go on longer trips if you wanted. It is scary as hell getting behind the wheel at first. I know that's why, at least, where I am, they do offer, like, optional driving classes. I mean, it does help for the kids, you know, kind of get themselves acclimated to how driving works, but I also think it also helps them, you know, put them in a more controlled environment, let them ease themselves into driving a car, because, yeah, I imagine it would be intimidating, because you are driving a very heavy vehicle, and the ramifications for messing up are pretty severe, so you want to make sure that they know everything they're supposed to do. Yeah, get into those good habits early. Exactly. But you know, if you do it long enough, you start getting used to it, maybe it takes a little bit of the edge off because everything starts feeling more familiar. Oh, got a block of driving lessons for my 17th birthday. Haha! Nice. It was like, yes, I'm on my way. That is nice. At least where I am, I think the place I'm at, they do have like some areas that do offer kind of like I guess it's not necessarily free driving lessons, but it's like very cheap. You know, they'll go over the basics with the kids, and also, you know, some one-on-one time with a driving instructor. again, to kind of help them ease into it, and then, you know, if they pass the course, then they get a permit, which does let them drive with a few caveats, with a few restrictions. And then once they finally reach proper driving age, then they can go take the full test and get the license with the full privileges of driving. You can get free lessons if you're unemployed here. That's pretty fantastic. Especially considering how necessary being able to go long distances is for some employers. Especially some that, you know, just like flat out require you to have a vehicle of some sort. Being able to say, hey, I can totally drive one, yeah, it's a plus. Also means that you'll have an easier time if you need to get to a place for an interview. Right, you just get a car and you just go to their place. Or, you know, I imagine public transport's probably good enough that that kind of issue rarely comes up, but it's nice to have. Yeah, is this event 1 or event 2? I think this is the second one. Or it might be the third one. Again, I wish they'd let us know right in the load screen. What has the grid? Oh, sorry, seconds away. Yeah, let's cut straight to the action. Man, that directional audio still impresses me. Probably fudged that detail. I imagine anyone who's actually in that car probably doesn't hear the announcer voice, but it does give you the feel that you're on the track. It's like simultaneously giving you the spectator's experience and the driver's experience, and you know what? That's pretty cool, right? So I did read a bunch of articles, I think came up not too long ago. It said that Wii U and 3DS online services are finally going offline, so yeah, those two consoles will no longer have online play, unless you're using like Pokemon Bank or Pokemon Transporter, and that's like pretty much it. That's the only thing that the lights are staying on for. And you can imagine at some point they're gonna take that down too. That's gonna cut off a lot of avenues for old Pokemon, man.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Yeah, I know they shut down the eShop like sometime last year, or was it like 2 years ago? I honestly don't remember, but yeah. I have to imagine at that point, it's gonna be like open season for modders and things like that. Because hey, who's gonna stop them? Consoles can't connect to the internet anymore, so it's not like they're gonna be able to ban them. Yeah. Mods are always fun, yes indeed. Still remembering back to my Remember the Sun stream and all those custom maps I downloaded. It's like, man, some of them were like pretty cool, right? Like from a stylistic standpoint and artistic standpoint, people can do some really cool things with modding. Like, it's great when you see, like, a fighting game come out and people will just come out with, like, all these mods for a variety of different costumes.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Or, like, a first-person shooter game coming out with, like, a whole bunch of sound packs and model changes and texture changes and things like that. Real fun. Especially, like, Left 4 Dead 2. You can mod that to high heaven with a lot of things. Or I guess, like, the big example for me when it comes to modding was always Unreal Tournament. Yeah, like the cursed mod for Halo as well. Or the one mod that makes every death sound that weird Tim Allen noise from Home Improvement. Right, you'll get the cool mods, and then you'll get the really dumb mods. Those are fun too in their own way. I was actually watching someone yesterday streaming a Pokemon Fire Red modded game. It was called like Celia's hack or something like that, but it was basically they remodded the game to kind of include a bunch of jokes and dumb stuff like that. So like Team Rocket was changed to be the DMCA, and other people would maybe poke fun at certain conventions that the Pokemon games always have. It was a pretty fun one to have. Pretty fun one to see. The fun in those mods is always just like seeing what kinds of jokes and stuff the modders put in there. You know, as long as they're good jokes, right? As long as they're not dumb jokes or offensive jokes or anything like that. It's all in good fun. But yeah, I was just saying, Unreal Tournament tends to be the one I always come back to for mods, because, yeah, I remember in its heyday, they had, like, multiple sites dedicated to hosting all the custom models and texture packs and maps and modes and weapons and everything else you could download from. It was great. Yeah, it's a bonus when a game launches with an in-game mod hub because the devs fully support modding. Yeah, that's nice. You know, when they give you like a separate menu for mods and you can choose the mod load order and which ones to enable and disable, things like that. It's great. It's great when you see things like that.
Yeah, Alex.
Like I know, I think Left 4 Dead 2 has something like that where you can, yeah, you know, you can access the mods menu and then choose which ones you want to have active and which ones you don't. And they'll usually do like a little bit of legwork for you too. Like, you know, they only let you enable one mod that changes a character's model to some other character at a time. Things like that. FS22 is like that. Ah, that's nice. Yeah, I guess racing games would also be pretty ripe grounds for modding. The obvious one being just adding a whole bunch of extra vehicles and tracks. Yeah, BeamNG, SnowRunner, those games too. Almost makes me wish, right? We got more than Sackboy's Big Adventure outside of the PlayStation ecosystem. Like, give us a Little Big Planet on Steam. And just imagine the potential for levels there would just explode. I could perhaps understand why they wouldn't do that. It's a shame that they don't. Or could you imagine if they like put out something like Mod Nation Racers, but on PC? Just give it like Steam Workshop support. That would be pretty sick. I guess the closest we got to that, you know, apart from modding like a kart racer on the PC, is like Tower Unite, because I know that game has a kart racing mode and actually does come with like mod support, so you can import your own like custom vehicles for the racing mode. That, on top of being able to import models for your avatar, means you can have all sorts of crazy combinations.
Tell me what's...
Single-digit seconds, even. Horizon 5 would be a breath of fresh air for the mods. I know you can get some for it, but they're not always the best and are a pain to install. Yeah. Like, as much as I enjoy Xbox gaming on the PC, the one thing I don't like is that modding is just inherently more difficult with it. At least on Steam, for the most part. Most games are usually cool with being modded. Like, Deep Rock Galactic is pretty easy to mod, but good luck finding mods if you're playing it through Xbox app. And if they do have mods, it's usually like a very pre-approved tiny list. Right, something that won't get you like a tenth of the stuff you would find if you could get it on, like, say, Steam or just through the internet in general. Like Nexus mods, Nexus Hub.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
Car Mechanic Simulator is a good one for mods. A whole workshop's worth of mods for cars and custom posters for your garage. I do like that. When the mods cover all the bases, it's not just core gameplay elements, but some of the stuff around it too. So yeah, like in Car Mechanic Simulator, if you want to customize a garage, you could do so. They're totally cool with it. Oh, you see some mods get more ambitious and might like include like completely new factions for an RTS, or again, new modes and weapons for FPS games, or maybe even new campaigns entirely, with new enemies and new cutscenes and what have you. Those are some fun ones. Oh yeah, the mods that you play as other characters, like bosses. Fun stuff too. Oh, speaking of which, I probably actually want to check up and see how that one Marvel vs. Capcom 3 mod is doing. So I remember an article being written like a few months back about, oh man, these modders, they added like four characters to the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 game, and it's like, ooh, hey, that's pretty neat. Wonder if like anything's been announced since then. I'd love a Sonic game where you play as Dr. Robotnik. Oh, might I introduce you to Sonic? No, I'm kidding. I imagine you're probably thinking of something like, say, where you're playing as like a boss in one of the 2D games, and you gotta try to defeat Sonic before he gets his 8 hits in on you. Something like that. Yeah, I figured as much. That might actually be pretty fun if they wanted to do like a mini game collection, maybe. Just like a greatest hits. All right, gonna give you a little bit to try to defeat Sonic in a limited amount of time. Here are the controls to operate this contraption. Good luck. I guess the trick there would be trying to make... The trick there would be making Sonic feel believable enough while also giving you opportunity to, you know, take him out some way or another. Or have to, like, mix the machine's abilities in a way that would make Sonic defeated. Another one for the books. Yeah, send in the Egg Titan mech from the end of Death Egg Zone. They straight up called it like Death Egg Robot in Sonic Generations. Yeah, I remember that one. I remember being completely confounded by it. Alright, we're doing muscle cars. Oh, I was gonna say, only 2 muscle cars, but then they loaded in the rest of them. Alright, we're gonna stick with the Grid Edition Pontiac Firebird Modified. Love the design, yeah. Any sorts of bipedal mecha tended to get my attention. I always thought those are like the coolest thing. It's like, oh man, it's like a giant robot. It's like a person, but they're like 50 feet tall. Imagine like shooting guns and punching things as a giant robot. That would be so sick. It's funny, I did get into Power Rangers for that reason, but I don't know. For some reason I couldn't quite get into Gundam. Like there were, I liked some of them. Like G Gundam was pretty fun, but yeah. None of the other Gundam series really quite hooked me. I think it was like too serious for my taste. I think that's what it was. I always liked the more slice-of-lifey style, light-hearted, comedic types of series. Wow, these streets are wide! Wide streets are wide. The mechs they had in the Pat Labor anime were cool looking. Ah, I have not seen Pat Labor. I'll have to put that on my list now. At the very least, maybe check out some screenshots. Oh, I guess Voltron was alright. I mean, it was a very old series even when I first watched it, but I don't know, the idea of 5 lines coming together to form the robot was pretty rad. And of course, I'll form the head, becoming a pretty meme-tic line for a bit there too. It was pretty fun. Trying to think. Oh, Megas XLR. It's been a long time since that series first aired, and I still remember it fondly. OMG, not heard that name. Megas XLR, that's a very, very good... Oh, for a long time. Yeah, no, like, even as someone who perhaps fell off of giant robots at that point, the way they kind of just took a comedic bent to everything sat with me pretty well. Oh, and their intro song also very, very meme-worthy. Like, you know, anyone talks about giant robots always gotta go something like, yeah, I dig giant robots, you dig giant robots, chicks dig giant robots. Nice. Also the fact, I guess it was like a serious space mech, and then this guy just finds it in a junkyard and tricks it out all American style, gives it flames, and an 8-ball clutch and everything, and yeah. It's all very amusing. Now, the one I distinctly remember is when they had their, like, Voltron parody, and, I think they were, like, kind of just making fun of the whole combining together to become a big robot thing, and was it the Megas pilot was trying to do that with the line robots, but it wasn't all coming together, and it just was very, very awkward because he was actually, like, destroying the line robots, and it was like, ooh, well, I guess this is how it be. Oh snap, this is a 2-lapper. It's probably an extra long race then. Giant robo, yeah.
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
Look, I feel like it.
Is it just me, or this is this like the same race as before? Maybe we're taking a different route around it. Do I just like inadvertently choose to restart when I meant to advance instead? Maybe it's just me. This route does feel different enough. Oh my god, Neon Genesis Evangelion. That was the one that has the intro song that people still sing to this day. Also, Getting the Robots Shinji, also Orange Tang, also people clapping in a circle. Also, that glasses pose. The one with the shiny glasses and you got your hands folded over all menacing looking like. Nah, I want that as an emote. I'll probably make that an emote, just me doing that pose, looking all menacing like. It's like a mastermind kind of emote. It's like a, oh hey, he's cooking kind of emote, right? I actually got word today that the second person that I commissioned emotes from is starting work on them, so I'm a little excited to finally get to fill out the rest of my emote slots with emotes. Finally get a full complement of them. Oh, nice, yeah! Oh, I'm so excited. Those free emotes have served me well, but it'll be nice to get the those custom ones soon enough. Soon enough. It's gonna be glorious.
And here we are for the first round, Kristen. How you feeling about this one?
It's the opening race.
All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started.
It's time to get down and dirty.
The race is underway.
Let us schmoove. Oh man. Oof. Little rough, but it's okay. Thankfully, this is only 2 laps. Makes sense, because it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes for a lap. And we are some pretty twisty streets, so it's already taxing enough mentally. I like how that particular corner put the barriers a little further out. It's almost as if they knew some people might try drifting around it, so they give them some space. As David Tomlinson said in Love Bug, what fool laid out these streets? Imagine these kinds of things made a lot more sense back in the day when cars were much slower, and people probably weren't in as much of a hurry, but yeah. Fortunately, an example of inflexible design, one that can't quite keep up with the times. Or it's like you look back and realize that's maybe it's even if it's like perhaps conductive to certain means of travel, it's really unfriendly to other means of travel. You gotta try to fix that up some way or another.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Like, part of me does imagine that perhaps maybe some of the designs of some of these cities might be a case of artistic license. It's like, maybe these streets aren't quite one-to-one recreation, but maybe they fudge a detail here and there to make it more conductive to gameplay. But still try to have it retain the feel of, you know, the locale that they're based off of. That's my guess, anyway. Sometimes it's good to employ a little artistic license if it helps improve some other aspects. Sometimes one-to-one isn't necessarily the solution. Always thankful of wider roads. As long as they're like wider lanes in general, right? The ones where you don't have to feel like you gotta be very careful with the steering wheel lest you go a little bit out of, you know, you go like a little bit too far one way or another and end up being out of the lane entirely. Yeah, that would be like one of those things that, after a lifetime of narrow roads, anything wide is a good thing. Oh yeah, and I can imagine it's probably a lot better for you since you drive trucks as well. A lot friendlier to trucks that way. But yeah, at least, I was gonna say, it's like one of those things where it's like pretty friendly for vehicles, but, you know, maybe not so friendly for, say, pedestrians. Because wider roads means, like, you know, less surface area that people can walk on, unless you kind of design your city around it. Might not quite work out. I mean, obviously there's like a sweet spot, but sometimes it does feel like, in some areas, it swings too far in one direction over another. Or at least when you go outside the city center. Usually the city center is pretty walk-friendly, but when you start, like, you know, going out from there, things become a bit more unfriendly. You know, you'll see like fewer traffic signals, stop signs, wide sidewalks, you know, scenic looking walkways, things like that. It can blow sometimes.
Welcome to Barcelona for our event here today.
Yeah, take a shortcut through the pedestrian areas.
Yeah, Alex, well, the roads up here are up to 4 lanes wide.
Sorts of walkable cities, those are nice. When, you know, walking gets you to a location in a pretty good amount of time. Man, it's raining. Does seem like, at least at a glance, everyone on the side is wearing raincoats. Or at least most of them are, so at least they're prepared for it. Yeah, you see some umbrellas out there too. I wonder if they have like some sort of rule against having too many umbrellas in one area. Probably makes sense when you're packed this close. Everyone can't open their umbrella because that's just not feasible. I imagine the folks around here are like friendly enough where they'll probably appreciate someone else pulling up an umbrella because it covers a lot of people. Yeah, can't be having a spoke to the eye. Yeah, that would be unpleasant. I doubt I'd have room to open my umbrella in that crowd. Man, I've always wanted to get like an extra large umbrella. Just something really, really large. Large enough that I don't feel like I'm going to have part of me soaked if I open it. Because that's like the thing with my current umbrella. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll get like part of me stays dry, but there's always going to be a part of me that it's inevitably going to get wet because of the direction of the rain and my umbrella's not being large enough to kind of cover rain coming from every direction. You need one like mine, a big golfing umbrella. Yeah.
Whip out the red cape, 'cause
Something
there's
real
some
big.
action in Barcelona today.
I mean, sure, I do have to store that umbrella, but you know what? That's something I'm willing to put up with if I can stay dry. But yeah, I'm like one of those folks. It's like, once I get in from the rain, I'll always either stick my umbrella into a bag, if they supply one, or I'll usually just like shake it out onto a mat, or something like that. Yeah, just so that I don't like track water in everywhere, because, you know, that's not very polite. Or if I'm like entering my own room, I'll usually just stick my umbrella in the bathtub and just let it dry out there. I stand mine in the sink to let the water run off. Oh, you know what? That might be a smart idea too, actually, because you can clean it off too that way. That actually works. Yeah, I could see the reasoning behind that. Yeah, thankfully the way umbrellas are, it doesn't take too long for them to dry off, and at that point I just like fold it up and then stow it away for the next rainy day. It's always nice. Oh man, this other guy wants to get ahead of me. Gotta pay close attention to him. Alright.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
It's the final lap. Can't take one if I'm going shopping, can't hold heavy bags and a brolly at the same time. Oh man. You know what? Yeah, I get that. Although I imagine that price sucks, because then you'd be soaked to the bone. Hopefully your groceries won't get affected too much. Or at the very least, you just like you bag it one direction and then you bag it in the other direction to kind of water seal them in a bit. Make it less likely that they get wet. Not too bad. I doubled the bags up so I have extra handles. Ah, yeah, that is nice. Actually, part of the reason why I use, I have like reusable bags. I got like cloth bags that I usually bring with me if I go grocery shopping. It's nice because then I can like just sling them over my shoulder. And it does leave my hands free to do whatever else I need to do. Like carry an umbrella. Or extra bags. As the case may be. It's like extra nice because I did get like an extra large tote bag one Christmas, which I have been using as a grocery bag, and it works really, really nicely for that. It's like, yes, I will put a lot of groceries in here and not have to tire my arms out majorly carrying them that way. I do have to be careful about that though, because there are some other bags that I tried to use that I've like maybe ripped up a little bit, and it's like, oh right. Yeah, they're nice, but you know, they're not like very they're not indestructible. There's only so much I can carry in them. Can't stuff too much weight in there. Gotta mind that. Yeah, end up with sore hands from the handles. Yeah, especially if you carry them over long distances. It's like, yeah, you get home, you're like, ugh. I'll just sit down and like literally not do anything with my hands for a while. Just like fire up a video and just like watch that for a couple of hours. Because heck, doing anything with those hands, let them relax a bit. Goddamn. It's like maybe get that and a drink from a straw, like get a sippy cup, something like that. Maybe listen to some music or an audiobook, whatever your preference may be. Or perhaps even just lie down. Lie down, perhaps go to sleep, or just lie there with your thoughts. I'm glad I don't have to lug a load of bags on the bus anymore. Oh, man. I imagine that's gotta be... Yeah, I can see how that really takes it out of you. Especially. Yeah, I can imagine. Especially when you have to put the bags down to either bring out your fare or your pass, one way or another, and you gotta find a place for them, make sure they're not in the way of anyone else. And then, you know, once you reach your destination, you gotta pick them back up and slowly shuffle your way out of the bus. It's like, yeah, yep. It's a lot to take in, that's for sure. Yeah, let me sit down before I fall down. Or my groceries fall down. Or over. Yeah. And I remember the times when I did have to ride, you know, public transport on a train or a bus. And I'll see someone coming with like a ton of bags, and yeah, they'd have to accommodate some way or another. Thankfully, like, the times they would usually ride were never crowded, so it's not like, you know, they had to take anyone's seat or anything. It's just, you know, still something to think about. Yeah, get near the door and the handle breaks. I'm going down. Oh, man. I did have one instance where the bottom of my bag kind of just, like, ripped open. Thankfully, I wasn't too far from home, but, you know, just having to stuff all those groceries into the remaining bags and having to balance all that was a little harrowing. And, of course, when I get inside, you gotta clean everything down, right? Wipe it down, make sure that nothing's been affected from impacting the ground. Oof, that's the worst. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Honestly, I think the worst thing that happened to me was when I like bought a pack of cookies. It was like a quick shopping trip, so I didn't actually bring any bags with me, but I had my messenger bag with me, and you know, I stuck the pack of cookies in my bag. I thought I like had it secure and everything, so I got back to my place. I was like, yes, I'm gonna enjoy some cookies. I looked in the bag and I was like, wait, where are the cookies? And I realized, oh no, I must have dropped out somewhere. I'm like, no, my cookies. I paid for those too. It's like, well, I hope whoever else finds those cookies enjoys them. Or, you know, if they get reclaimed by nature, I hope it makes some good fertilizer. Either way. Yeah, or you get a leaky milk that you didn't know of. You get a load of milk-covered food items, or like any liquid in general. Or like you get like broken eggs. Although, you know, if you load your bag properly, you shouldn't have broken eggs, but still. I have had instances where I put like a water bottle in my bag I thought was secure. Turns out it wasn't, and everything in my bag just gets soaked, and I'm like, no! Thankfully, never an instance where I had like electronics in there, because that would be extra bad, but, you know. It was like, I had papers and stuff in there, and, you know, they were useful papers, and now you have to dispose of the papers because they're not useful anymore. We've all been there, yeah, I can imagine. Fizzy drinks are bad for that. The sugar makes everything so sticky. Oh, yes, so true. Very much so. Oh my god. Even worse when you think you have it secure, but it ends up leaking anyway, and you end up with like slightly sticky things in your bag, and like, well, now I'm gonna have to wash everything. Oh man. lot of these tracks seem to have a riverside section, don't they? At least it feels like they have a riverside section.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
I get why they do that. It makes for some really scenic looking moments. Oop. Dang. So busy enjoying the river that I forgot to keep my eyes on the road. Let that be a lesson to everyone. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't get too distracted. And I've seen some campaigns for don't drive distracted. Completely justified, mind you. Happened to me a few weeks ago. Had a pinhole leak in my big 6 pint of milk. Got home. Half of it was missing, and the rest of it seeped into the bag and onto the boot of my car. Aw, no. Man. You gotta get the smell out, too. Oof. So you really gotta clean that thing down. But yeah, it's like on top of that, it's like 3 pints of milk you're not gonna be able to enjoy. Or no, use in one way or another. It's funny, I'm like one of the few people I know who actually drink a cup of milk, right? I will just straight up drink milk, like whole milk. I will drink it and I will enjoy it. Like anyone else I know, you know, what do they drink for breakfast? It's like either orange juice or coffee. Or if they do get milk, it's like 2% or skim milk. I mean, I get it, right? Not everyone likes the same things. Other people might not enjoy milk. Or they might be lactose intolerant, in which case, you know, extremely justified that they would avoid milk, but man. Amount of people I see who, like, wholeheartedly enjoy whole milk. It's like very few and far in between. Same! Hot milk is super nice before bed with some sugar in. Ah, yeah! Although in my case, I like making hot chocolate. Just, you know, heat up the milk a little bit and then dump the chocolate mix in there. I think the current box I have also includes like little mini marshmallows to go with it. It's extra nice, especially during these winter months. And, you know, it's just a warm stomach before bed. Kind of helps you sleep more easily. Okay, is this like race 3 or 4 or 4 or 4? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, it's gotta be 3 or 4 because they're not saying I got first, second, and overall or anything like that. Ah, you like some cereal with hot milk too. I have to admit, I never tried cereal with hot milk. Usually I've got like a hot breakfast, it's like oatmeal. Or like a dairy-based hot breakfast, I should say. It's like oatmeal.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me
Frosted
what's gonna
Flakes
happen.
with hot milk is so yummy. Is that so? I might have to try that myself then. Yeah, I could see how that works. Just imagine it's like dropping Frosted Flakes into like a hot chocolate drink, and it's like, you know what? That might go together pretty well, right? The smoothness of hot chocolate milk along with the crunchiness of Frosted Flakes, and a little extra sugar on top of that. Probably comes together well. I mean, that's like why chocolate cereal balls tend to be like a pretty popular dessert to make. At least in the US, since like a lot of cereals here tend to be pretty sweet to begin with. So you could probably just make them into a confection. Like, you know. There's obviously Rice Krispies treats, that's an old classic. Then we also got stuff like, people have made, like, chocolate Wheaties balls, and Frosted Flakes balls, and I've seen like Lucky Charms treats as well. It's like a double serving of marshmallows. You got the little hard marshmallows, and then you know the more soft, sticky marshmallows. And I've seen some donut places also do like cereal donuts, where they're like sprinkle cereal on top of a donut, which I know absolutely sounds wild, but they're pretty decent. You know, this is sugar rush for sure, but it's a good kind. It works together well. Rice Krispies treats are great. Kellogg's sell them here in bars in a 4-pack. Ooh. I think I've seen them in like extra long packs around my place. They don't neatly divide them up, but you could probably neatly divide them up. Marshmallow makes all the difference. Yeah, it does. It's like a pretty simple treat too. Right? Doesn't get much more involved than melt the marshmallows, you know, mix in butter, marshmallow, and Rice Krispies, stick it all on the plate, and then let it all kind of set for a little bit. Yeah, it's as simple as Rice Krispie cakes, right? Yeah, it's like a kind of a crisp rice cake when you think about it. Sweet treat, very portable, and heavily customizable too, right? If you wanted to add, like, say, candy or chocolate chips or whatever else you wanted with it, you could do that. Like, yeah, a lot of options you could go from there. Yeah, there's one time for Easter, actually, made Rice Krispies treats eggs, but I also stuck like a Reese's peanut butter egg in the middle of them. So it's kind of like a double treat, right? You got like the Rice Krispies treat, and then you got like the chocolate peanut butter candy in the middle. It was like an Easter egg, like you would find during Easter, except this was a food Easter egg, and you know, you got a treat inside as well. It was cool. Every kid has done the whole melted chocolate Frosted Flakes, then put them in muffin cups to set in the fridge. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like chocolate and cereal. Although in my case we did Wheaties, but yeah, Frosted Flakes I can see being a viable path as well. Again, super simple thing to make, right? Just melt chocolate, then you stick in the cereal, pour chocolate over it. Maybe make sure the proportions are right, but usually good to go. A treat the kids will enjoy. For lazy people, they use Cocoa Pops for the cereal. I mean, whatever works, right? At least with Cocoa Pops, you could probably get like a double dose of chocolate there. Actually, the one that always amused me is like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups with Reese's Puffs, or like little mini Reese's, because it feels like it goes full circle there, right? Like, the reason they made Reese's Puffs, Reese's Minis, was to kind of spin off the old candy, but now we're putting little bits of that product into the old product, and it kind of loops around itself in like some weird candy Ouroboros.
final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Oh, I'll try my best, unknown commentator radio guy. You know, I don't think they've ever given my navigator a name or anything. He's just like a fella who just kind of gives me information. Just relays me information over the intercoms, like 10-4, good sir. Received, good sir. I know they did Peeps cereal for a while. Ah, I remember seeing that in stores. It's weird. I've seen a lot more kind of limited edition cereals in stores come around. Like, I remember for a little while there, they had like Super Mario cereal. I think I actually did buy a box because, you know, Super Mario cereal, like, it's just a crazy enough thing that how could I not want that? Or how could I not get at least one? See what it's like. Yeah, random disembodied voice on the radio. Yeah. I do wonder what this guy's motivation is. Or if he's just a fellow who's hired on to the team and is just doing his job. Just doing his job. And you know what? That's enough, right? You don't have to... As long as you're doing your thing, doesn't matter what your motivations may be or what you're getting out of it. As long as you carry out the task at hand, that's what matters. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what other limited edition serials I've seen around. It's usually like related to whatever movies tend to be out at the moment. It's like, yeah, we got a special limited edition serial for this. But I can't remember any off the top of my head. I'm sure I could probably think of something if I could look them up, but... Alright. I think this is another... Yep, round 4 of 4, so this is another event in the bag. Reminds me of Brad Jones when his Brad Try series tried Batman cereal from 1989. Oh my god. Had to have been stale as all get out. Like, goddamn. Like, hopefully... it was at least still edible. Sweet cardboard, yeah. Maybe not even that. I imagine even cardboard would probably be tastier. After, like, a decade, I imagine. Alright. 3 more. What we got? 4 rounds, 1 round, 1 round. Okay, so... Ah, we're back to the trucks. Alright. Well, nothing to do except keep on trucking, am I right? Yeah. Man, I wish they had more trucks and more oval racers while we're at it.
And here we are for the
Just having the one for these 2 categories, it...
Look, I feel like it's taken...
He's tried some really ropey stuff like Bottle's old school Zima. Zima, is that like an alcohol brand? Yeah, it was like an Alka-Pop. Wow. Like a lollipop with alcohol? Or I guess it could be like an ice pop too. But, you know, either way. It's like alcohol on a stick. That seems novel. At the very least. I'll say that. Not surprised that exists. Ahoy, matey! Ahoy, Godfather 154! Hello! How are you doing? Boom! Hey, I got first in the heats. Let's go. Chemo.com. I wonder if that site is still around. Yeah, this game came out in 2019, so there's a good chance. That's always the thing with these real-world products. You come back to them years later, and just it's fun just looking and seeing, wow, which of these is still around? And some instances, there are some things that have since gone out of business, or they've rebranded, or they've merged with something else. It's like, heh. So now it's become a snapshot of the times. On one hand, it's kind of fun seeing it in that point of history. On the other hand, if you were looking for like a timeless product, well, that ain't it. Oh, what the actual heck? Yeah, so the bot hit me with ads as soon as I joined. Time to fight the bots. Yeah. I'm affiliate now, so I got the ads thing going. I tried to make them as minimal as possible. I think like 3 minutes is as low as I can go. Because if I go any lower, then they hit everyone with like massive pre-roll ads, and I imagine people don't want that. So we'll go with like three minutes of ads per hour. And the way they do it is just like divide it in half, so you get like 90 seconds worth of ads per hour. Hopefully that's minimally intrusive.
Good start. Hold the lead.
OMG, you got emotes. Where's my wallet? Yeah, it's like one of the perks of affiliate. You get emote slots. Although I do have like a set of free emotes too. As long as you're following the channel, you get a small subset of emotes you can use. I got like 5, so I want to try to space them out. You save them for like utility emotes. At least that's how I put them. Could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse. I think someone was mentioning how they accidentally set their stream to have 22 minutes of ads per hour. It's like, oh man, oh no, oof. That stings for the user and the streamer because they didn't intend it that way. It's like, oops. But yeah, I want to try to fill up the follower slots with like utility emotes. At least I call them utility emotes because they're like the kind of things that I would expect people to use often and probably applicable to plenty of situations, or at least ones that like the average user might want to have on hand. They are dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, in the wrong hands, that can hamper the experience. Like, I know a lot of people tend to be disillusioned from watching a stream if they get hit with like a billion ads from the start. Yeah, need Nightbot like, okay, adverts coming, go and put the kettle on. It's like a commercial break. Remember those? You know, watch like cable television. The commercial breaks were always the time you would get up and do something else real quick, like go to the bathroom, prepare a drink, get a snack, or in my father's case, switch the channel, go watch another show, and like miss the first show, like large chunks of it. But I digress. How's the racing going? It's going pretty well. Grid 2019 is like pretty solid foundation for racing. And yeah. career exists. I don't know. I kind of wish it had some mind-blowing cutscenes the way Grid 2 had, but hey, you know what? Racing mechanics are solid enough that I'm willing to kind of go through this. Also wish they had like more variety of events. It seems like 99% of the events I've gone through here are just race. Like even Grid 2 had a big variety of them. You could do drifting, you could do touge, you could do like outrun style, you could do overtake events. This one is just like, yeah, we got races. I don't know.
Hello, and thank you for joining us here at today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, what have our drivers got lined up today?
Which grid is this? Because I thought you finished already. This is Grid 2019, right? It's a 2019 game. They just call it Grid, but this was the one that was released in 2019. You can actually no longer get it. And, like, for a while, I thought maybe I just, like, missed out on it because, you know, they delisted it from, like, everywhere. But it turns out, I was, like, trawling through my humble collection, and I saw I had Steam keys for Grid 2019 and, like, the season pass, so I was like, you know what? I have reason to redeem this now, so I did, and here I am playing Grid 2019. I guess I can at least be happy that the code still worked, even all these years later. But yeah, I remember I played like the first Grid, it was a Race Driver Grid, and I rage quit from that one. Then I played through all of Grid 2. I guess Grid 2019 is like the third Grid game I'm playing, and having a pretty decent time with it. I'm enjoying it. Again, wish it had more variety, but the racing foundation is pretty solid. I know the Grid game following this one is Grid Legends, and I know that one has like a much more story-focused career, like to the point where, you know, they have like multiple established characters, and it like properly kind of plays out like a drama and everything. So I kind of want to check it out just to see how they handle like a story-based career mode in Grid. Sounds great, yeah. That's like on my short list of games I want to play in the future. Fast forward 30 on my satellite so I don't have to watch them. Oh yeah, for sure. Or if you're lucky enough to have like those DVRs that cut off commercials. That's always a nice one too.
First lap, you're leading the race.
Now that I think about it, I'm wondering if like picture-in-picture was invented because of commercials, and they knew some people would have that habit of just switching to another channel, trying to get away from them. So they put in picture-in-picture so that you would know what was going on the other channel. And you know when the commercial was end, and then you could switch back. I mean, that's like on top of being able to watch two shows at once, I guess. So if you have two shows that you like that air at the same time, picture-in-picture is useful for that as well. Also, nice outfit. Yeah, thanks. It's a nice kimono for New Year's. I figured it would be appropriate. It's like one of the things I'm doing now, since I figured, you know, might as well have some fun while I still can with V-Roid Studio. Because V-Roid actually got like a lot of updates over the past year or so that just added a bunch of outfits and a lot of stuff to play with. I actually have plans for switching up to another outfit for February because it's like combination Valentine's Day and Lunar New Year, so trying to think of what I want to kind of switch outfits to for that occasion. V-Roid's got outfits for that, so I'm in a pretty good spot. Just have to decide which ones I want to use. Ruins all the shows I watch, the adverts. Yeah. Man. Because you only get like 22 minutes of a show proper, so they gotta stuff a lot of plot and revelations and stuff in there. It always cuts out at the inopportune moments too. Right. Because they had to like try to bake cliffhangers into it as well. To kind of take into account for their commercial breaks and everything, so sometimes it like messes with the plot and the flow and the pacing and everything. Although sometimes it does get fun, especially when you got like a particular show that's known for breaking the fourth wall and they go like, oh no, something bad's about to happen, quick, cut to a commercial! And then they cut to a commercial. Yeah, halfway through an interrogation in SVU, it'll go to a break. Yeah, oh, that's when it gets bad, when they like bring in the show for syndication and you start seeing like weird cuts and spots. Right, maybe where there weren't cuts before, but they put it in because they gotta put in more commercials. That usually means that parts of this episode will get left on the cutting room floor as well, which sucks in its own way.
Smell it in the air. Shanghai is alive with excitement for today's.
What was like the worst instance of a cliffhanger you've seen? In like any sort of media, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be from TV. It could be from a game, or a movie, or a book, anything like that. I think for me at least, it'd have to be one of the old classics, Halo 2. Y'all remember that? Where are you going, Chief? Finishing the fight. Smash the credits. Like, what? Telling me I gotta wait for Halo 3 for the conclusion to this saga? Yeah. Honestly, such a famous moment that, you know, anytime some sort of video game goes on a cliffhanger, you'll get some sort of reference to finishing the fight. Even all these years later. It's one of those memes that's just managed to persist. It's withstood the test of time. Now it's just kind of become one with the gaming consciousness. On a similar note, I guess, would be the way Modern Warfare 2 ended on a cliffhanger. Like, sure, you did take out, like, a chief villain, but you know, the big bad kind of got away, and you wouldn't be able to take care of him until Modern Warfare 3. I think by then I was kind of like Call of Duty'd out. Oh, I guess there was also the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. If I remember correctly, I think it was like the second one that ended on a cliffhanger, very deliberately so, because it was always meant to be like a third movie to wrap things up. And that's like one of the things I hate about movies. You'll get like that successful first installment that stands well on its own, and then, you know, successful enough that the higher ups, the suits demand sequels, so they do that. But in such a way where it's like, you know, part 2, right, the second movie, it's not its own standalone thing. It's gotta tie in with the third movie somehow, because you gotta have a trilogy. It's always a trilogy. It's the rule of trilogy. People lack trilogies, I guess. Though I would enjoy trilogies more if, like, each movie was its, like, own standalone tale. Like, I remember rather infamously, like, was it the Hobbit films? They became a trilogy, stretched it out to 3 movies. When I think the Hobbit book was a one book, or it was a one and done book, but they stretched out. I don't think people liked it that much for that. You expect a cliffhanger. If not, the post-credit scene they seem to love doing these days. Oh yeah. Like, I know Marvel didn't start it, but I feel like Marvel kind of popularized it. Always have the scene that happens during or after the credits that kind of puts a wrinkle on the whole thing, or maybe is a little tease, a little lead up to the next film that's going to come out. Yeah, back when I went to theaters, that was always a fun thing to note, right? Once the movie supposedly ends, it's like how many people start getting up and leaving, right? If like most of the audience stays in their seat, it's like, yep, probably a good idea to stay in your seat as well, because they're gonna have some extra scene in there. Or if just everyone just like starts getting up and going, probably a good sign that you could just go yourself, because probably nothing there. Hardly a surprise anymore with it being done to death. Yeah, absolutely. It's becoming an expected quantity now. Also, how the hell am I last? Why did everyone suddenly just like so cracked? Why is it that I suck when I drive these trucks? Like, holy crap. I can barely do well with them in some races. I remember they did it with the tail scene at the end of the first Sonic film. At least at the very least, that was also kind of a nod to the fans, because it's like, yeah, of course, there's going to be a sequel. And of course, if there's a sequel, they're going to include Tails. So I guess it was like a bit of a two-part meaning there. It's like, on one hand, hey, here's some other Sonic characters that people will probably know and love. Also, yes, we plan on doing a sequel because, hey, here's another character that's totally going to be in a sequel. Do you know what's depressing about that? It's like if a film includes a cliffhanger, but there's never any follow-up to it. Like, I remember the Ratchet and Clank film actually has kind of like that sort of sequel hook. That had a little scene in there that was like, yeah, he totally a sign that sequel's going to happen. And well, Ratchet and Clank film didn't get a sequel. Sadly. Maybe not surprising, but, you know. A shame that won't get followed up on. Waiting for my boy Shadow to turn up in the third one. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people are. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how popular Shadow got. So I guess kind of hit all the right notes. Oh, geez, terminal damage. Wait, I thought I turned off damage. Why is it telling me it's terminal? Anyways, last flashback, so it's do or die at this from here on out. Yeah, Shadow, what was it? Came out Sonic Adventure 2. That was like the mid 2000s or, you know, late 90s. Of course, he's like dark, he's mysterious, gruff, gives no craps, acts like a jerk. Yeah, he would kind of resonate well with a crowd of folks. Yeah, that and the Sonato shippers. That's true. Is a total tsundere. Seriously, I got like half a mind to try restarting this race because I am getting bodied.
You can smell it in the air. Shanghai is alive with excitement for today's Grid World Series event. Kristen, what's in store?
So, Alex, the main thing to watch out
Wait,
for
so
is water.
I'm the only one who wants Maria to get domed in the flashbacks?
You need to be super careful
What?
not to lose control, as it can play havoc with the grid.
Thank you, Kristen. Valuable insight as always. And certainly
What?
looking forward to this one as it's only
I'm sorry,
at the
we
Grid
talk about
World
Maria?
Series.
I'm not so sure about that, Chief.
No, they won't be happy with that.
Oh, geez. Terminal damage again. So I guess even with damage modeling off, there are some cases where the game's like, nah. There's some cases we can't respect you getting off easy with that collision, cause there's no way someone in real life would get off easy from that collision. She gets a headshot in every flashback of his. We're talking about Shadow? I mean, yeah, Maria would show up in Shadow's flashbacks. Oh my god. Maybe I have to slow down at this part here. Maybe I can't go full speed.
Listen up, let's rein it in. Push them over the edge here.
You love your walls in these games. I do. Always seem to hang around near them.
You're in mid-pack going into lap 2.
But you know, there are some instances where walls do help me around, so... It's like the cases in which they do not that kind of throw me for a loop. Sometimes literally.
Maybe stay out of their path. Don't get taken out.
To be frank, those trucks are salty garbage on handling. It certainly does feel like that. Like, goddamn. I'm having a tough time, like, you know, keeping this thing going straight. Like, I feel like, you know, turn too far, and it'll start swerving. I'm like, oh man, I gotta try to correct it. Alright, well, I'm in the top of the pack, so if one guy gets ahead of me, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. We still have, like, 1.5 laps to go anyway, so... plenty of time to kind of catch up and hold the lead. Yeah, that rumble strip. I like that rumble strip. No, my hood! Yeah, you imagine in real life that would be a case of panic and evacuate as soon as possible. But in the game, it's like, hee hee, funny physics object. Pay no further attention to it.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
I must have a nemesis, that's why they're bumping. That's why they're trading paint with me. Ooh yeah. Now they're playing it like Burnout. Good luck to the poor bloke who gets that bonnet in the face. I know, right? Hopefully it's nobody, but... oh, yeah. Whew. Oh, jeez. That guy's barreling through. What the heck is this rubber band nonsense? So you're just gonna let them, like, slingshot ahead of me? And then let them gain, like, a lot of distance? Okay, I'm running out of flashbacks. I need to wind this back a whole lot more. Maybe take this curve a lot more gently. There we go. Much better.
Yeah, okay. Requesting to defend. Okay, I think they aren't in a position to defend, so request denied.
Yeah, I figured. They're like way far away from the pack. This Ryan Thompson fella is staying one step ahead of me. Out of my way! That's some Final Destination type stuff going on there. Ah well, blocking is a very important part of racing, as I've learned after driving with my friends a whole lot. Oh, wait, that was first? Ha! God damn, did I really squeeze it out there right at the end? Holy crap. Take that SOB out. That looks like I did. Whew, alright, one more event. In this series, one more event in this series. $25 outside passes. Finally got that done. Now go for 50, and then maybe 100. I assume that's how these, like, tiered achievements work. It could be 75 also. Either way.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me...
Just let me in there. Let me in, coach. I've been racing all the other races, so why not? And a minute 32 a lap, so... This is going to be a shorter race. Oh, wait! I think I remember this track from Forza Motorsport, actually. I mean, when you are doing like a professional race game, you gotta include certain tracks. They're just, for the lack of a better word, they're iconic. People know them in real life, people expect to see them in the game, might as well include them. Whew, finally on the outside track. Part of me wishes we would get at least like one race with the oval track configuration for these places, because, I mean, they have them. Why not use them?
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided.
Yes, and let's not wait any longer. Get straight to the action. They even got the fireworks, man. Just to let you know, this is well and truly the final race of this particular event. Ooh, I see the helicopter in this distance too. Must be providing like a chase cam there. Ah,
I'll ask him to push.
thanks for the light sticks.
Okay, push confirmed.
Cheering them on. Very Ridge Racer way of finishing a race series. True that.
Start, hold the lead.
It definitely gives things a climactic feel, that's for sure. Aw, jeez. I think I saw myself on the Jumbotron over there. That's a fun time. Nice touch, too. Oh, hey, it's over there, too. I see it on the left. It's everywhere! Say, off-road limits exceeded? I like that. It's not like a per infraction kind of penalty, just more like a... Alright, you get so much off-track time before we start dinging you for it. The dinging's gotta be heavy enough that it offsets whatever advantage you might have gained from going off-track, right? There we go. One more lap. I'm glad this one is just a three lapper. Heh, and then send that pickup to the scrapyard where it belongs. Hey, 1111, that's a combination of my luggage. Yeah, if I never see another truck event again, I will be all too overjoyed. I can only imagine it'll only show up again, like, maybe in the final events, where they start probably having, like, amalgamations, and or just, like, a mix of events from previous series in here. Whew, there we go. Our first overall finish. First place, yeah, let's go. I like that crown emote, that's an adorable one. Oh, I completed every pro truck event in the career, so yeah, I guess this is it. Yep. GG, thank you. Yep, you know, you're right, we're taking this straight, we're gonna shove this into a corner of the garage. We don't ever have to look at that truck again. But this oval stocks race, though, we'll see how this goes. Oh, and it's on an oval track, a straight up oval track. All right. Oh, it's on Indianapolis as well. we're doing the oval configuration.
Hey, everybody, you've been making a lot of noise out there. But can you make some noise once more for Kristen?
No, make some noise for me, because I'm the rising star, baby. OMG, what's next? Raining locusts? Maybe we'll see some elephants flying. Or no, it's pigs flying. I think that's like the kind of the turn of phrase you say for an unlikely event when the pigs fly. Yeah, pigs will fly and the price of bacon will go up. Well, I guess on the bright side, you could, like, finally have some proper pork wings. Am I right? Am I right? Alright, let's get to the race.
It's evening in Indianapolis, and the sound of crickets are being drowned out by the sound. Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
Yeah, it is about to start. Like, actually about to start, because I made it that way. Oh man, we're doing 8 laps? What the heck? This is gonna be an extra long race, even though lap times are very short. Well, at least it's just one event. I'll give them that. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. Even if we are spending 8 minutes.
I'll see if they can block any overtakes. It looks like for some reason they can't defend.
For some reason they can't defend. That's too bad. Oops.
Sure, I'll ask your teammate to push for a high position.
You're making me want a sausage barm cake. Sounds delicious. So I just gotta remember to take it easy around that turn, because if not, I'll go sailing right into the wall.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
Man, a lot of people are kind of in striking distance. This is gonna be tricky. Barm cake is what we call a bread roll up here in northern England. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like a pig in a blanket, except with a sausage. That sounds delicious, actually. God dang it, not again. I think I said I was going to slow down, and I had not slowed down. So let's actually slow down. There we are. Well, little distance in between them, so we'll sitting a little comfy now. I can afford a hit here and there now. I still need to slow down. Just a tiny, tiny bit. It's like lit off the gas kind of slow down. Oh, they're right on me again. Oh no.
Understood. I'll ask them to push. Okay, they said they can't push right now.
But you're on a straightaway, man. Well, maybe that's why they can't do it, because everyone's going top speed already. Looks like it's easy to get a tank slapper on.
Okay, I'll try to get them to attack. Right, they can't attack at the moment.
Well,
5 laps left.
sucks to be them, I guess.
Alright, requesting to push. Okay, they're starting to attack.
Okay, so I guess I should just, like, tell them to try to attack around curves. Probably feels appropriate. Curves are probably the best spot where you can gain some positions, I guess. Oh, did I run out of command juice? No, it's okay. Uh-oh. It's like when you start hearing the other cars, it's when you need to start worrying. It's like, alright, now I gotta actually start, defending my position. Make sure they can't pull ahead of me.
Alright, listen, we've just got past the halfway stage of the race.
Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. I'm going to get, like, so much experience from this race. At least I feel like I'm going to. Feels like I'm kind of netting myself thousands of points, like, every few actions or so. Alright, lap 6. 37.5% of the race remaining. I approve of third place's second name. You know what? I can totally see that. Haha. Ah, geez, nope. I won't stand for this. Gotta make sure everyone stays in their positions, cause this is mine. This is my spot to keep. Nope. Nope, you stay back there. Also, you stay back there. Ugh, 2 flashbacks left, and I still gotta do 2 more laps. Claire Fox is now in second. Hopefully that's all they're gonna get.
Okay, you've got 2 laps.
Man, even if the laps go by super quick, this race is feeling like it's taking forever to get through. Because there's 8 laps, so it's a lot of race to get through, even if the laps are short. Oh, someone made contact. Oh no. It's a good thing I wasn't in that pile-up. Okay. Little distance, 2 flashbacks, final lap. I'm in a good position.
Hold the lead through to the end now.
Alright, just gotta make sure I don't choke. As you know, I still could mess up and lose it all. Even with all these safeguards in place. Oh, here they come. One last contention.
Okay, I'll ask them to push. Okay, push confirmed.
Like right here. We'll dial that back. We're gonna slow down a whole lot more. Nope, nope, you stay back. You stay the heck back. How dare you think you can take first place? Always that corner. It does feel like that. That corner seems to give me a lot of trouble. You stay right there. That's right. Right there. Keep staying right there. Yes, yes, yes. Whew, okay. Thank frick. How much XP did I get from that? Enough to jump to 22. Although I was kind of close there already. Let's see, yeah, 2,300 speed points, 30 technique points, 188 bravery points. Anyways, that's another event in the bag with the trophy. Let's go. Oh wow, Claire Fox like completely fell out of the top 3. Get out of the car like, how you let me down? Yeah, do a little touchdown dance style kind of thing. Finally, Volpini Racing. 1 round. And we're going back to the oval cars one more time. At least for this series. Oh, it's a 4-person race. 2 laps around a very long track. So I'm guessing lap time is probably going to be like 3 minutes. See, with just like 4 people, I don't even know if like a hot lap is necessary. I could probably just like jump in here.
Crescent Valley. Kristen, over to you.
You rarely see Volpini racing.
Okay, hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway.
Nick, my man, I need to push on through here. Give me some space. Or you know what? Fight him.
I'll ask your teammate to push for a higher position. Okay, they said they can't push right now.
Why not? Man, these guys are keeping up. Oh, I think I got penalized. I hit the off-road threshold some time ago. All right, can I just restart this?
As night falls over the Crescent Valley Raceway, we're ready for a night of exciting. All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started.
There we go. I don't know why I did much better this time around. Oh, slingshot's done, I guess. Whoa. How dare you? Let me race my racing line, jerk. There.
Understood. I'll ask them to push.
So now I gotta do is hold off.
Starting to attack.
Hold off for 2 laps and hope that my teammate gains at least a position. You motherfuckers. Of course, that could also be on me for trying to maybe take that curve a bit too fast and a bit too tight. Oh man, that was even... I probably should have just stuck with my first result. You know what, this works out. One flashback left, so I gotta be extra careful. Any more errors like these, and I'm probably not gonna recover. Yeah. Okay. Looks like Nick has managed to gain a position, so we're okay. But you know what?
Okay, I'll try to get them to attack.
Keep pushing. What the?
Okay, push confirmed.
Mason, why are you here?
Final lap, keep that lead intact.
Okay, 2-minute average, so this race will be over quickly. I get 1 chance to fix any errors I make this lap, so gotta be on the top of my game here. Because they certainly are, like, goddamn. They're giving me the time of my life. I wonder if this game has like some sort of dynamic difficulty modifier. They have like some way of noting, hey, this fella's doing it well. Why don't we turn up the heat for a little bit in the next race and see how they fare. And just keep turning it up until you hit that equilibrium point. Or maybe they're just like naturally harder because they're the only two opponents on the field. So they gotta give it them all, their all. It could be that also. I mean, granted, I did get ahead of them, but it took a while. Maybe they turn up the wick for these end-of-season races. Yeah, you know what? It could be that too. Just like a natural increase of difficulty as you go down the list. It makes sense. It makes sense. Oh no, not the contact.
Alright, requesting to push. Okay, they're starting to attack.
Might take them a bit though. I think they're like really far behind. Oh, what the heck, Nick? How'd you go down to 4? You were like right with me for a while there. Whatever. We're still first. Here we go. Tiny bit of XP for our troubles. And that is all the stock events done. One final victory drive up. Miss Fox struck back. Yeah, she did. Got second. Ooh, look at that, another G stamp. Sheesh. I did not expect the back half of the stock series to take as long as it did. I thought it would be done in like a little bit, but man, it took us like a whole last 4 hours. This is because like almost all of the events did like 3 or 4 races. Like goddamn. Looks like JDM's coming up. Yeah, we got tuners. Look at that JDM rush. Oh hey, a time attack. That's the other event type. Other than races, you got time attacks. Oh wait. Oh, a lot of time attacks, actually. Man, that would be like the most hilarious thing if I were to like do tuners in less time than it took me to get through one half of the the stock series here. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd like be able to do some tuner stuff, but yeah, I'm completely bushed. I think we'll leave it here. We got through 2 of the series, right? We got through like about 2/7 of the career, so we made some good progress. We'll continue making good progress. OMG, it's 6:39 a.m. for me. Yeah, super late for me too, and I gotta get up early to do a thing. So, time to get some food. Yeah, you enjoy your breakfast. For me, I'm going to call it here. Yeah. Thanks to everyone who came by, checked me out, hung around, and stayed and chatted. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday. We'll continue Shadow Tactics. Things are heating up. It looks like we're about to break out into a big battle. Mission 8, and then we'll see where Mission 9 takes us. I hear it's like a big turning point in the game, so I wonder what's going to happen. I do wonder. Alright, for now, let's look for someone to raid. Let's see, music's gonna turn off once I tab out the window, so I'll fire up some other music. It's, I wonder if Grid 20... wonder if Grid 2019 has like any other soundtracks other than the menu music. I guess they have like their victory jingle, their other victory jingle. Yeah, menu music, career menu music. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do career menu music. Yes, it's a very loungy tune. Okay. I'll look for someone to raid. Hopefully this will be quick because I have some other things I want to do before I go to bed. And then again, I do have to get up early, so spend as where are the tags I usually follow? Ah, wait, here we go. Alright, time to look, time to look. Oh man. This might really be just like a raid and run kind of situation. Usually like to hang around in their channels for a bit, chat, and talk about whatever they're doing, a game they're playing, but I'm not sure if I'll do that tonight. At least not for as long as I usually do. Check my other stuff. There's gotta be someone here that's raiding, playing something that I would be willing to raid into. Lots of Power World streams. Then I've heard that game kind of flew off the shelves, like, rather intensely. Like, a lot of people picked it up. A lot of people really want to play real-time Mons / survival base building stuff. Alright. I think I've picked someone. Let's see if they have raids on. They have played for quite a while, so Not be surprised if they turn them off. Wait, no, that's edit stream info. I actually wanna, yep, let's set up a raid. And let's see if it goes through. Ah, cool. Alright, Levy Lilycrown is playing Monster Hunter World. Man, still surprised that this game got a resurgence, though. I'm happy all the same, because World is excellent, so you know what? I'm glad people are having fun with it again. Raid message. Ooh. I know. It's dumb, but I don't have the mental capacity to think of a creative one. If you're joining another raid, give them a stock raid. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for Shadow Tactics. See you then.